So hopefully Michael will be in. We do have Sandra Trawick with us, and we do have Representative Brad Bowles. So we are about ready to go. I'm going to give us just maybe a few more minutes to collect some viewers, because I think we had quite a bit of interest in this particular podcast. So if you did not, I will do this, and I will talk briefly about our morning podcast. You wanted to mount your own campaign for office, how you would do that. And I think it was, it went along as they kind of tend to, but just break it up into spots, or listen to it while you're, and there's Julia. Good morning. Good afternoon, Julia. Break it up or listen to it while you're doing something. That's kind of how I do mine, is I just, pop them in and, but give it a listen, because I thought there was some really interesting discussion, not just about how to run for office and what you might think about doing, but also what happens when we get more than one or two people who want to run for an office. Are there potential issues there? What does that look like? So I think we had some really good conversation. So do look that one up. And don't forget, we'll be having our regular one on Friday morning with the Pike Off ladies will be with us to talk more about what happened with legislation with Pike Off. So I am going to bring in Representative Brad Bowles this afternoon. Hello, Representative. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I really do appreciate you doing this. And I'm going to bring our friend Sandra Trawick on, who got this started because she picked a fight with you on your Facebook page.
It's what I'm known for.
I just know that elected officials are like, oh, social media. And it's funny because there are some good things about it, but then there are also some downsides too, and some of them are. And you and I were talking about this before we came on, Representative Bowles. Sometimes you can talk across each other, and then that's not really helping, because we need to talk to each other and not across each other. So I think I really appreciate you doing this, because Sandra and I both are extremely critical of this legislation. And so talking to you about it, I think, is going to help tease out a lot of different aspects of it. So,
well, hopefully, Sandra wasn't happy with my CLO bill, and we talked, and she got them. We were on the same page, so maybe there's hope that can happen again.
Well, that time we can't always meet. That time I was, and I would like to talk about that. I think you should talk about that a little bit and clarify some things, because we're actually seeing stuff coming down the pike on CLO already. And I really wish your bill would have passed, because it at least would have given us a little protection. So hopefully Jenni White will let you address that too.
Well, yeah, mention first of all, CLO, Commission of Land Office. The Commission of the Land Office is made up of cabinet member posts, but not just is Secretary Walter, or is Superintendent Walters, is he a cabinet post? Is that a cabinet post?
I would think so, because all of the CLO money that they make goes back to the schools, and so I would think that he would be on there as well.
I was going to say something, but I think I'm going to not say that.
We should have you on the show next.
Do what?
I think the governor, lieutenant governor, state treasurer, state auditor, and probably state superintendent. I think they're all on the board.
Yes. And so what they do is they manage land that has been put into I think it's a trust, isn't it a trust?
I believe so.
And it's ostensibly in case schools need to grow and they need extra land, then they have this land there available to do that. But in the meantime, what the CLO does is manage that land in order to make sure that Oklahomans are it's not just sitting there fallow, that Oklahomans are actually earning something on the land that is CLO land. So what they do is, if some farmer comes to them and says, hey, I want to lease that property, then they make a decision of whether or not they're going to lease the property and for how much and that kind of thing. So it's not just farmers anymore, right? Now it's green energy companies and things like that that are approaching the CLO and asking for leases for their businesses. So now that people know what that is, so tell us about your CLO bill.
Right. So the Commission Land Office, they have billions of dollars in investments, and a lot of it's in the stock market. And so, and the stock market can be volatile at times. And so they also have diversity in their portfolio with actually land and buildings. And so, and their mission in CLO, and I believe they're in the Constitution, this mission is to maximize the return on their assets. And that return that they get annually goes back to the school district spread out over Oklahoma, back into the funding formula to give schools more money. And so that's what their mission is. And that's why we were in that bill. I believe it was Senate Bill 915. And what we were seeing is a lot of the, I think almost 10,000 acres, 4 different solar leases have been leased on CLO land as of right now, this moment. And what we were concerned with, and really, this was Chairman Green in the Senate, his bill at the beginning, and I was a House author. But we worked with like the Cattlemen's Association, Farm Bureau, the Farmers and Ranchers, and what their concern is, they get 5-year leases to farm and ranch this land. And at the end of the 5 years, they have to go back out for bid. And what we're seeing is some of those, as they go back out for bid, these solar companies are bidding on that land, and you can't compete. Like the money that they're willing to pay for that land is way more than farmers and ranchers can afford. And so what we're seeing is we're losing a lot of our CLO land that farmers and ranchers have leased maybe for decades. And now they're losing that opportunity because as a state, we're saying, hey, we can make more money with solar than, and to CLO's credit, I've met with them many times, and they said, look, we have to do what the statute says that we have to do, and the statute says we have to maximize our return. Now, if you want to tell the statute something differently, then we'll do something differently. And that's what our bill did, is it basically put a thing in process where if farmers and ranchers are leasing that land, or maybe they're grazing on it, where solar would have to build, it's called agrivoltaics is the term, but they would have to build their solar panels 8 feet high clearance. So basically anything under 8 feet could walk through there, grass could still grow. They have to do it so many feet apart from each other, like a section. And so the thought was, number one, we could actually, for CLO, get diversity as far as continue allowing farmers and ranchers to lease that property. And solar would still have that opportunity to make a lease as well, potentially. But I understand that solar companies were like, well, look, if you do this, most likely going forward, it would be too expensive for us to, build these panels 8 feet high and go through all this process, where we could just go to a private landowner, make a deal with a private landowner, and then stay off of CLO land. So really, that's kind of what the bill did. It passed the House and Senate, and the governor ended up vetoing it. And the veto got overridden in the Senate. It came to the House. It's a partisan bill. It passed the Senate with partisan support. All Republicans voted yes. All Democrats voted no. So when it came to the House, I knew. So let me rephrase this as well. To override a governor veto, you have to have 2/3 plus 1. Well, if you have an emergency on the bill, you got to have 3/4 plus 1. We had an emergency on the bill because we were concerned that if the bill doesn't go into effect until 90 days or even November, that there would be a lot of leases that just pop up between now and then. And so we wanted it to go into effect as quick as we could, but it backfired on us because we didn't have the votes to overturn it, because at that time we had 82. It's kind of a math game. It was that last night of session, and we had 82 people in the House. 66 were Republicans, 16 were Democrats. I had to have 76 votes. And so, in other words, I had to have 10 of the 16 Democrats to vote for it. And I did get some of their support, just not enough. I didn't get 10 people to commit to voting for it. I think 6 Democrats said they would help. That still got us 4 votes short. If you try to override a veto and you don't get the votes to do it, that bill is not just dead for this year, but it's dead for next year. Where if we keep it alive next year, we can come back and potentially look at overriding it at that time when we have more people in the House to vote on it. And so that's the end result. And I think the governor's message was that it would stifle future development on CLO land with solar, which I think he's probably right. It probably would, because I think they would be forced to most likely go seek private landowner deals, which I still think is a win-win, because if it's your land and you have 100 acres, I believe you have that ability to make that decision. If it's on CLO land and you are leasing that land, I feel really bad for the farmers and ranchers that have a lot of investment in that property over the years. Now they're getting kicked out of it for CLO and they have nowhere to go. But if you make that decision on your own property, that's your own decision. But and so that was the reasoning for the bill. There was a lot of confusion at first, because some people thought at first that we were encouraging solar on CLO land, but that wasn't. We were basically just trying to, number one, either let solar work with farmers and ranchers at the same time, or most likely, like I said, they would probably end up just leaving CLO land going forward and just doing it on private land, which would allow the farmers and ranchers to continue to get their 5-year leases every 5 years. And so that's what that bill was. So we'll look at that next year and see if we have support going forward on that. But I know that's probably not what we're here to talk about today, but we could at least give a little summary of that bill as well.
Can I try?
No, I think that's great. But we are here to talk about the behind the meter legislation specifically. Oh, sorry.
I want to talk about that one too.
Okay.
So my 2 cents on that is, so they're supposed to maximize their return on their assets. Their biggest assets, I believe, are the children going to school, not these financial assets. And so, how about we start investing in providing healthy food from farmers that these children can actually operate their brains on, and not cloned meat, not any of these other things that we're now allowing in our food and in our children's lunches. I mean, we could support our kids, support their brains, support their health, and a much greater return on investment. As far as this, I know one of the arguments that we talked about, and I appreciate, I wanted to chime in, Representative Bowles, when I thought the CLO thing, I thought initially that they did not already allow solar on the land, but they do, which we're seeing coming down the pike now. So when we discussed this, it was originally 6 feet tall panels. And after we discussed, and I had done some research, then Representative Bowles, kudos to you, you raised it to 8 feet instead of 6 feet. So, I want to encourage people to reach out to representatives, because after we discussed it, and I had done a video about it, bashing it because I didn't like that we were going to allow solar on farmland. And then he reached out to me, and then he adjusted the bill based on that conversation, which I appreciated that. Unfortunately, it didn't pass. But I also, we discussed how this bill isn't, I believe it should have completely banned solar on CLO land, because, which, looking at where you're coming from, that never would have passed because you don't have the support for it. But I'm tired of having bills that don't pass that would have been the best legislation we could have had. Now I feel like farmers have the right to sue, because we're not allowing industry to industry. Farmers get a 5-year lease, that's an industry, and then solar gets a 50. How many years does solar get?
I believe I've heard 55, and I don't know if they're all like that, but up to 55.
Yeah, and wind gets 55, and so this is discrimination against farmers and ranchers, straight up. And so when farmers have invested in this land, but until farmers get on the ball and start either taking back their rights, or if they aren't heard in the legislature, they're going to have to sue for it. And I hate that. That's always last resort. But here we have discrimination against one industry over another. And with oil and gas, you could have an oil rig on that land and still put your cows on it. You won't be able to with this solar. That's going to eliminate farming and ranching on how many thousands of acres do we have in Oklahoma on CLO land, Representative Bowles?
I don't have the total number, but it's a lot.
I thought I have 55, but I don't think that's right. I think it's way more than that. 55,000?
I think it's probably over 100,000.
Somebody in the comments needs to look that up and tell us, because it's a lot of land that we could potentially lose to industry, like AI data centers, which goes to our next discussion.
Yeah, and I will say, obviously it's my bill, so I'm not here to defend the other side of the argument because, but
Right.
I always try to look at the whole picture and look at all sides and try to figure out where there may be common ground. One pushback that we had, which I think is a fair argument, is not all CLO land is agriculture related. I mean, it just may be land that's not productive for agriculture and it's just sitting there. And so their question to me is like, well, we understand why you're doing what you're doing for ag land, but what about the land that has nothing going on it? It's not productive for agriculture. And why are you making us put the panels up 8 foot tall there versus, which honestly is a good point. And so, like I said, I'm not here to debate against my bill, but I mean, there are good points on all sides. And I think the overall net was a positive if the bill would have passed, but also see some of the talking points on the other side of where they have concerns as well. And, and you talked earlier about, why do we keep passing bills that aren't exactly the way you want them, but maybe they're halfway? And honestly, what I've learned, and this is my 9th session, is you can try to get 100% of what you want at the Capitol, and very rarely do you get that. Normally, you try to get 40 or 50% of what you want that year, and then the next year you come back and try to chip away at another 10 or 20%, and the next year. Now, when you look up over an 8 or 9 year period, you look back and you're like, hey, we made a lot of progress. Now, each year you may be frustrated because you didn't get as far as you wanted, but that's kind of how I've taken things in the legislature is, look, it's a long game. And if you try for the Hail Mary, so to say, in football terms, you're usually going to come up with an incomplete pass, not a touchdown. And so try to take the 10-yard pass, a 20-yard pass. And then when you look up in 5 or 10 years, you've made it all the way down the field versus every year you go for the touchdown and get nothing. And you look back up in 10 years and you've got nothing done. And so that's kind of how I approach legislation is try to work with everyone when we have concerns, try to get common ground to get something passed. And then next year, let's work on those concerns and try to go farther. So I don't know if that helps any at all, but that's the approach I've taken. And I feel like over time, it's the best approach. But that particular year, you may feel like you weren't as successful as you'd like to be.
Well, if you don't mind, let me throw in a couple of comments that we've had so far, because I think this one's pretty good. Like legalizing the lottery, casinos, and the marijuana industry to make schools the best in the nation. And I totally see Dorn's point, because we keep doing these things that I don't think are benefiting Oklahomans well enough. And I mean, I don't want to get into those conversations today because I want to stick to what we're saying, but I do think there's a good point in that. And then he asked how many legislators and OFB members are receiving substantial amounts of farm subsidies claiming school lease land.
I mean, I can't answer that. I can tell you I'm not one of them. So I know that. I don't know how to answer that question.
So, well, and then Julia says we have farmers that get elected to office and stab their fellow farmers and ranchers in the back. Slow and steady wins the race. Is CRP land the same as CLO? I have in my notes 640 acres of CRP in Oklahoma.
Do you know what that stands for?
No.
Me neither.
I don't. CRP, Robert, do you know?
Is that the conservation? I think
I was trying to think. I don't know.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Julia says public property is an oxymoron. Government should not own land. Are passing bills the measure of success?
Can I chime in on this?
I can answer on that. On passing bills measure of success, I think it depends on the bill.
Yeah.
But it depends, like if you can get 50% across the field here on a bill, even though you didn't get to the 100-yard, the touch the end zone, I feel like some people would say that's a failure. Some people would say it's a success. But over time, I think if you keep chipping away, that you get where you want to get to. But I don't think legislators, I mean, sometimes you get up there and you're like, hey, how many bills can I get passed? But really, back home, my constituents, they don't really care if I pass 3 bills or 20 bills. I think they just want something that was substance, and they want to know that you did make a difference up there, and that you are accessible when you have constituent issues, and you're there to help them. I think that's
okay. Well, then if you don't mind, let me dovetail off of that. So I'm going to ask you the question. I talk about this a lot, and I'll ask you the question. So what is your job? What's your main job as a legislator?
Well, in my opinion, the main job is to best represent your people in your district.
Okay, so
And
what does represent, then let's go this way. What does representation look like for the people in your district?
so for me, everyone has different districts, right? Different dynamics. But I think number one, what your district's like when you campaign, because you go knock on a lot of doors, you hear a lot of feedback, you go to all the community events, you go to all the different forums, you hear a lot of pushback and on what's important to the district, and then staying in communication with them. Email, during session, people call you, they email you, Facebook message you, text message you. There's so many different ways people get a hold of you, and trying to best understand where your district stands on issues. But at the end of the day, we're a republic, not a democracy. And so when we elect someone, they go up to the Capitol and they have to take all that information in and make a decision on what best, in their opinion, represents what their district would want them to do. And
Okay.
so that would be my 2 cents on how to best represent people. And not that I'm like perfect at that, because I definitely am not. I try my best, but like anyone else, I have my own mistakes that happen sometimes, and all you can do is try to make them right when that happens. And I've been very firm on different stances as well, but then there's also been times where my stance has changed based on more information I received or constituent feedback back home, and I'm like, hey, I thought I was in this position, but maybe I wasn't looking at that the right way, or maybe I learned more about that issue. And you have to be willing to be flexible to make adjustments.
Right. So I am Representative Banning's weighed in, and I'll throw that up there in just a second. But and I say this all the time. So every legislator that's elected, every person that's actually elected as a representative, the main goal is to protect the liberty of the people in their district. So when you talk about liberty of the people in your district, you're talking about allowing them to have the most unfettered access to all of the gains of their industry, right? So that means low taxation, not taking their land away from them through eminent domain. So just whatever, and I'll put up what Representative Banning says: the government is instituted for the protection, security, benefit, and well-being of the people. And the problem with that is, to me, I mean, we argue about all the wrong things. It's like we argue over the Commerce Clause, right, in the Constitution. So you could always say, okay, well, if it's a benefit for the CLO to put, it's a benefit of the people for the CLO to put solar panels on, so people can have this money. Well, then you have to stop and back up and think to yourself, how much of a benefit is that actually? What about the people who live around that area? Is that protecting their liberty? I mean, might the instances of fire from the batteries cause them to maybe in some way lose their property? So to me, everything centers around the person and their individual liberty. So, and Representative Banning says that's the second part of Article 2, Section 1.
Right.
So,
And whenever I said represent the people, I think representing them in those ways, right? Protecting them, making sure they have their rights and their liberty that the Constitution. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So here's the part where I'm going to come in with the hard questions then. Okay. So you did this behind the meter legislation, and I'm just going to give a rundown of it, and then you tell me where I've gone off track. So
Sure.
the behind the meter legislation allows private industry to be able to create their own energy to use for that business that is not pulling off the general grid. So it allows them to create like a natural gas plant. I mean, there are all kinds of different ways. Usually it's done solar. I mean, that's what historically in America, this type of legislation has been solar, putting solar panels on roofs, for example, so that businesses can make money from that and sell it back to the electric provider, for example. So that's the bottom line of the bill. Am I wrong? Or am I missing?
Somewhat. So the people that had like solar panels on their roof, they could already do that. And
Right,
so
correct.
that's not really being affected. And so I would say the majority of people that have behind the meter, we're talking large industry, large energy consumption type companies. Data centers are one as well. And basically, we're allowing them to do, like you said, have their own investment. And why that's important is right now, there's going to be over $1 trillion projected over the next 10 to 15 years in new energy generation investments for the demand of energy that we're going to see over the next 10 to 15 years. And so what you see going on in a lot of other states is these companies will come into the state and let's say they're in PSO territory, OG&E territory, GRDA, or a co-op in Oklahoma territory. Those companies have an obligation to serve every customer at their market. And so if they have to build extra infrastructure to cover their grid that they're reliable for, that costs money. It's expensive to build out generation. You're seeing right now at PSO, they just purchased a natural gas plant in Jinx, I think, for like $800 million. And what you're seeing is do that acquisition, which I'm not saying it's not needed because their demand is increasing significantly. But with that being said, there's a 5% rate going in effect in July, which is like $7 per consumer on average for residences to help cover that infrastructure. And so the point of this bill is we know there's going to be a lot of infrastructure going forward in the future in Oklahoma to provide for our needs for energy. But if we have these huge consumers, these industry data centers or whatever that are going to take a gig of power or 500 megawatts to up to a gig of power, that's a big drain on the whole grid in itself. And so what would have to happen is most likely whatever territory they're in would probably have to build more generation to cover that center. And with that being said, at some point, two things happen. One, the ratepayers have to cover that infrastructure cost over time. And number two, if they build out their generation and that company goes out of business, which happens, right? Business people go out of business at times. What happens if you build that huge infrastructure, the company goes out of business, and now your rate base already is committed on the hook for that cost, and now your consumer that was going to pay you back over time is out of business. And so what this does is it basically takes that risk from the rate base, from the ratepayers on infrastructure costs going forward on that large consumer power, and also takes away the risk of that company going out of business, which is a big risk as well. And then also thirdly, it protects the grid reliability. Right now, if a big data center came in, it could take 3 or 4 years for Southwest Power Pool, which is the overall grid that we're a part of in Oklahoma, to approve that type of power because now I think they should be quicker, and they're working at getting that down to about 12 to 24 months versus 3 to 4 years, which I think needs to happen. But more importantly, it's important that they study that grid because they want to find out, okay, if we're going to add this much power here, what is that going to do to the rest of the ratepayers as far as grid reliability, Can we do that here? Do we need to go somewhere else? And so that study takes a while to do. And so this will allow these companies to go around that study because they're not pulling from that same grid. And so it helps speed up investment. It also helps speed up economic development. And if they ever do want to attach to the grid in the future, they would have to go through that system and get that approval and go through that study process before they could ever get to the grid. And so that's what behind the meter does. Honestly, it's a ratepayer protection bill. And now not all companies are going to go behind the meter because personally, I had a large manufacturing business. We had to have 24/7 reliability. And so one good thing about whether it's the co-ops or OG&E and PSO, they have a lot of grid reliability. They have a lot of duplicative power. So if they have one issue somewhere else, they can pull power from a different area. Well, if you're behind the meter on your own, like you're on your own. So if your system goes down, like there's no one there to help you. And so there is risk for these people to do this. But with that being said, if private industry wants to spend their own money to build out their own generation and take their own risk, I think that's a good thing.
Okay, well, so I'm going to stop you there and just say this. So what is their own money?
So good question. So we're talking, maybe it's a data center, and maybe the data center hires a private energy company that builds power generation, and they work out a private sector deal between two different groups to build out their power station at that location. Either way, it's two private businesses working together, signing contractual agreements between the two versus
right. But what I'm trying to ask is what to you makes a private business? And well, here's the reason why I'm asking this.
Sure.
So there are a lot of, in your specific instance, because you just committed to a large project in the Chickasha area, mm-hmm. and that it looks as though it's going to be a data center is what they were talking about initially. So they're talking about private investment, but when is private investment not private investment? So how much tax incentive from the state or the federal government would that project receive?
That's a good question. In Chickasha, I'm not aware of the city actually had the industrial park that they had for decades. And basically, I think they ended up selling that industrial park through the vote of the city council to a developer so the city actually made money off that. And now that developer is working out deals with these companies that come in to locate to. And so I would say that's private business working with private business. Once the developer buys the land. Now, is there going to be incentives from the local city or state? Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure, like any business, there's incentives Oklahoma already has for businesses in general, whether it's quality jobs program, whether that's different capital expenditures that's already in statute. But I don't think there's any special carve out that I'm aware of for this project in Chickasha. And that's what I think is pretty unique about behind the meter, because whenever you're talking about in the past, if we're trying to recruit $1 billion plus company to Oklahoma, they always wanted a lot of taxpayer money. And so behind the meter is basically saying, hey, we're not giving them money to come here. We're just letting them do their own investment. And we stay out of the way. Government stays out of the way. Let the private sector figure out their own needs for this power generation. And then they take the risk. And to me, I mean, it's a win-win on that situation.
So I'm going to go back to Canoe. And, anytime taxpayer funds are behind anything, you're risking more than, even though Canoe is a private company, right? But it got a whole lot of taxpayer subsidies, and that business is gone. Because it was in a very old business and there wasn't a lot of historical data to really back that up. And our state gave them, tens of thousands of our dollars to be able to do something that would not have survived in the free market.
Right.
And, now it's gone away. I want to go through a couple of.
Well, and I think that's the difference here, Jenny, is with behind the meter, we're not having to give anyone any money. Like they're making these investments in Oklahoma without the state saying, "Hey, come here, we'll give you X amount of money."
Sure. So let me be specific about that, because you're 100% right, and I totally see that. And in some senses, I'll even say I think that makes sense, because if you have a data center coming in, they're going to pull a crap ton of energy off of that electrical grid,
Right.
and that can cause brownouts for people, around. You run your air conditioner. Oops, well, we can't do that because the data center is working today. So I can see the facility of that. But what I'm more getting at is, we do this legislation and it attracts certain companies, and those companies come into Oklahoma. And because our governor is we need Oklahoma to be a top 10 state, we want to do everything that we can do to make that happen. It includes a lot of taxpayer giveaways. And so when you're talking about behind the meter legislation for private industry to come in and do what private industry would do, that would be fine if private industry were using private industry funds.
But hold on, wait, they are. We're using, what was the deal with Saudi Arabia? Wasn't it Saudi Arabia? Billions of dollars for AI data centers in the 8 states that were handshake deals, apparently. And one of them was Oklahoma. And so what's their return on investment? Why wasn't it the Saudi Arabians? Wasn't that who it was? It was back in January, February. So why would they be throwing billions of dollars into AI data centers? What's the return on their investment to put those in Oklahoma? And,
well, I think.
Hold on. So what was that bill? I believe it was it Josh West's bill on how Oklahoma has been essentially allowing our data, our biometric data, our irises, our walking gait, our facial recognition, everything.
The privacy, that was a privacy data bill. Leader West ran that.
Yeah, great
really,
bill.
It was actually bipartisan. Leader Josh West and Colin Walkie, who's a pretty liberal Democrat.
Yeah, and
both teamed up together on that. I don't remember the bill number. They ran it every year for like 4 or 5 years.
Right, and it put
I support that bill. It passed the House multiple times. Yeah.
And why has that not been signed into law? Because currently, we Oklahomans are fair game for data centers to collect all of our personal data, what makes us who we are, our DNA, everything, and sell it. So that's where I come back to, why is Oklahoma one of the top 8 states? Why have we not passed that 50-page bill protecting us to even a small degree? I think if you sued because you were stolen in identity, the money went to the Attorney General's office. But anyway, that bill itself wasn't even good enough, and we can't get it across the finish line. So we have no protections whatsoever in our state of having our data collected, flock cameras, all of that, and then sold. So why wouldn't they invest here? Because their return on investment is us.
I don't think that's the reason they're investing here. I think there's a lot of reasons. And, like I said, I supported that bill, and I think it passed the House multiple times, and I voted for it every time.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, just like in our business here where I'm at right now, officing, we used to have hard servers, brick and mortar servers that were in our office, where now we went to servers on the cloud, and everything's backed up on the cloud and everything's protected on the cloud. So if this office burns down, we have protection. We can pull everything back, and all of our computers are backed up on the cloud. And so when I'm saying that, I'm just saying business in general and a lot of individuals in general have a lot of data that are being backed up. This podcast right here is online, and we couldn't do this without data, without the internet, and you can go back and I've done this before, Jenny. I go back to previous of your podcast and kind of watch some other people and what topics you had, but all of that's stored somewhere, right? And so that's where AI is coming in. And just look at your house. I know my house. I grew up. We had one TV, probably about the size of this computer screen that I'm on right now. We had 6 people in our household, and we had one TV in the living room, and 90% of the time, my mom and dad got to choose what we watch, and we're now every room has a TV and everyone has a computer and everyone has a phone and a device and all these things are going to the cloud. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is where the country is going and where the future of the world's going is it's all data driven, it's all technical. And so that's why there's going to be a huge demand on these type of products. I mean, look at Facebook. I remember it started when I was in college and like only a few people are on it. And now, tons of people, and you have all these other social media platforms and they all get all their storages backed up somewhere. And so it just keeps going on and on and on. And so I think that's why the future, even we had a manufacturing business, almost 500 employees that our family had. And when we first started in 1973 of this business, there was no computers, no machines. It was all literally physical labor, people welding, machining, or welding, torching, painting. Where you look fast forward, 50 years, and now the company is fully, pretty automated, CNC machinery, sheet metal, robotic welders. It's just way more technical. The world is, and with all of these jobs that I think are going to happen, according to President Trump, I think there's going to be a lot of onshoring coming back to America, but it won't be the same type of jobs that were here when they left to go to China and India and wherever. And so they're going to be more automated, which takes more, AI data, all that kind of stuff. So I think,
and I'm going to move off of this because we've got a couple comments I want to get in here, but it takes human jobs. And I think that's an issue. If we're going to protect people's liberty, then they have liberty to be able to make their own living.
I agree.
And so I think that needs to be factored in there. So Catherine says, Commissioner Todd Hyatt was cautious against this. Wasn't convinced proper guardrails were in place to protect ratepayers against future downturn in value of PSO investment. Commissioner Kim David referenced plans for the $4 billion aluminum plant for Port of Inola as an investment that will require increased power protection. Microgrids are what it's called. Oklahoma produces 62% more energy than it consumes. Why do we need to build more energy production so as to destroy our landscapes and communities to financially benefit a few? And when Dorn talks about financially benefiting a few, I want to be very specific about that. So part of the explosion in the data centers that are going on is because lots of rich people like to invest money.
Mm-hmm.
And so this to them is a new investment endeavor. It's a new frontier of investment, and they have this money that they want to be able to invest. They can burn it if it doesn't work out, that's fine. So they're throwing lots of money into this, and it's for them to make the money off of. But then the people in the town have maybe 5 jobs because data centers really, it's a computer. There are no jobs there. We're taking the jobs from the humans and giving them to zeros and ones. So there aren't any jobs there. So,
well, I would say, Jenny, from my understanding, a large data center will employ around 40 to 100 people, depending on the data center. And
I've never found anything on the web that corroborates that.
When I say jobs, they're like, there'll be a management team there. There'll be maintenance people. There'll be, technicians.
It's too loud in a data center for people to actually work.
Someone's got to keep all those servers going and maintaining them, and
but that's like a crew of 2 or that's my.
I'm just telling you what I've heard.
Go research it and see what you find. Yeah. But in my specific research, I was not able to find that data centers employ anybody. Groundskeepers, and janitors.
Even if it employed 50 people, the data that is collected in there, AI in itself is replacing human jobs. AI, that's what it's built to do. That's what it's doing. AI is taking over human jobs. We will have self-driving cars. We will have all of these things because we don't need humans to do the jobs that we used to. And so to say bringing in AI data to promote jobs is not necessarily true. But let's get back to, I think we're missing a big point on this here. we're saying this is the wave of the future. This is where things are going. Other states are doing this, so we have to do this. We already, like Doran said, we produce more energy than Oklahomans can use. So to say, oh, this is coming here and we are doing this bill, I think we all agree this bill facilitates more AI data centers to come here, correct?
Yeah, so I think there's maybe we're saying the same thing, but two different ways of saying it. So we produce more energy in
Then
terms of
Oklahomans
natural gas, oil,
Yes.
even solar or wind than we use. That's correct.
Yes. We're current a net
But to
exporter.
take that energy source and actually get it to where it's electricity requires generation and power plants and stuff like that. And so I think that's where we're maybe differentiating is we're exporting a lot of power out of the state, which isn't a bad deal because we're using our jobs and resources and making money when we sell it overstate or whatever. But if we can use that same power that we're overproducing to produce wealth in Oklahoma and create jobs and increase our economy, and the money just keeps going, trickling down, I think that's good for everyone versus sitting it out of state. And I think, but we will need some more generation to take that energy and actually make it into electricity. Does that make sense? Like on site. And, and something else about behind the meter that I think that you guys may like is I know in northern Oklahoma, we had a lot of controversy about transmission lines, eminent domain, because, you have a lot of power being produced. In this situation was Northwest Oklahoma with a lot of wind, and they were trying to get that across to Tulsa, basically, because Tulsa is connected to the grid that goes farther east. And so they're trying to get that power more marketable onto the grid. And that took transmission lines. And as you know, some people don't want those coming through their property. And so one good thing about this is these are huge power sources like these data centers, and they would have to produce the power on site, which means there wouldn't be transmission lines going from one place to another to get the power to that plant. And so it would actually help mitigate risk of transmission lines and eminent domain in the future if that was all generated on site, which I think is a positive for what your group stood for last year when we were opposing a lot of transmission lines. And so
right.
Yes.
Well, let me keep going here. So what you're saying is the Oklahoma taxpayer has to cover the risk for private businesses through our government giving tax dollars to large businesses.
I'm not saying that. I never said that.
That's I think what he's saying is what I was saying, because we were talking about, tax credit. So I think that Jeff was backing up what I was saying.
Now, I will say, so I'm a believer there are some tax credits for businesses that make sense that everyone gets opportunity to take advantage of. The Quality Jobs Program in Oklahoma has been a very good one. R&D tax credits have been really good because it's helped produce innovative products, and those companies grow, and then their income tax pays Oklahoma more than what we paid in R&D. So I think there are good things, but where I struggle with, I voted against the Canoe. I voted against Panasonic. I voted even against the aluminum smelter. Not because I'm not for economic development, because I really am for economic development. I just have a hard time taking Oklahoma taxpayer monies and giving it to one particular company, especially if that one company's even out of state or out of country or out, international. And so now I understand why we did as a legislature, because it's a huge opportunity. This smelting plant will be a big deal. I really think it will be. I know there's some environmental concerns, which I think they need to, and even community buy-in locally, I think is very important that they have to get. But as a big picture, aluminum manufacturing in the United States is almost nothing. Like we pretty much buy all of that material from overseas. And so having that plant in the United States, I think is a good national security issue for our supply chain in America. And a lot of that goes to the aerospace and defense as well, our military. So I do think there's very good advantage of that. I just struggle with being from Southwest Oklahoma. How do I come back home to my local district and explain that we're, taking all this income tax or this Oklahoma tax money and giving it to one company? That was my struggle. Yeah. But on the other side, my colleagues that did vote for that, I can understand why they would, because you're talking 4,000 jobs potentially that are up to $80,000 a year average pay. And that's
Okay,
huge.
well, I'm going to stop you right there, and here's the reason why. And I'm going to go back to canoe because it's not just canoe; it's NextEra, it's wind energy. I mean, I wrote a pretty long piece in the Federalist about this specific thing. So, a tax credit in general really doesn't help any. I mean, it may help the business, but it so alters the economic sphere that basically everybody ends up losing because now we're on a wobble instead of a, an actual even playing field. And I think beyond that, what I wanted to kind of communicate too is every time, well, and you hate to say every time because then that you make a liar out of yourself, but I'll say this, so many times I hear, oh, we have to do this because there are going to be so many jobs and there are going to be millions of dollars and there's going to be this and this and this. And we hear all these great things. And there's been not one iota, one scintilla of evidence that there's actually going to be this. We just hear talking heads say, this is going to be this is going to be this. Well, I can tell you for a fact that it doesn't work with NextEra. There aren't any jobs. I mean, I've written about it. There aren't jobs in these wind turbine areas. They're not coming. They're not there. If you look at canoe, we're going to have 1,500 people. We guarantee that we're going to have 15.
No.
Do you know how many people they actually employed from Oklahoma? I think it was 10.
Yeah, I don't know. In Oklahoma City, I think they had 200 or 300 employees, but still way lower.
No, they were shipped in from California.
Were they? Well, I'll tell you this also, Jenny. And like I said, I voted against those bills, so I'm not here. Like, I'm not trying to defend the other side, but what I will tell you is a lot of these, the way they're structured. I know the one with a canoe, and also the one in northeastern Oklahoma, the aluminum smelting plant. It's all based on jobs. So basically, if they don't hit those numbers, they don't get what the legislature was promising them. So it's not like a lot of people think they're getting this big lump sum of money. They don't produce, they leave, and then they just walk away with their money when that's not the case. Basically, they get different steps. And once they hit certain criteria, then they get, they kind of get crumbs here and then crumbs here over time to get to
right.
that.
And that was the same way with canoe. And we fronted them up $1 million, and then they were supposed to return it, which they haven't because they declared bankruptcy, which you could basically look at Solyndra in California and say, oops.
Yeah.
So and the point I'm trying to make is the overarching point of, and we've got a bunch of comments here that I know I need to get in, but I want to share my screen with you because I'm trying to kind of make an overarching point here that I feel like is important. So let's talk about the particular thing that's going on in Chickasha that that you guys have talked about with the behind the meter legislation and this big project that a man from California, Chet Hitt, is trying to.
He's from Anadarko. He's a Oklahoman. He graduated from high school in Anadarko, which is a town.
His main work has been in California. I mean, he lived there.
Then he lived in California, became very successful, came back to his high school class reunion and saw the leg lamp in Chickasha and was like, wow, that's pretty neat, And so he kind of spent time in Chickasha downtown and was like, hey, I think we can
use the leg lamp that's under that Warner Brothers is suing over.
Yeah. So that one. So basically, but through that, he saw that and was like, hey, I want to go check out downtown Chickasha, and saw, hey, you know what? We could develop this property around this area and kind of revitalize it. And so he started investing in Chickasha then. And through that, this other thing came up down the road. So yes, he has been from California. He lived there many years, but he is an Oklahoman, graduated from high school here, and now has chosen to invest back here in Oklahoma.
Right. So let me just say, so Lightfield Energy is one of the organizations, private organizations that has been identified in this. And so I went and looked up Lightfield Energy. They're an end-to-end nationwide provider of solar. and they have lots and lots of solar farms. And it was interesting to me when and our friend Ian Clinton, who's from Enid, who's fighting a big solar project there, likes to make sure that we don't call it a farm, because it's not a farm. We're not growing anything there. It's just a solar project. But I found it interesting on this Dalton Hay Farm, Amstead Produce, Bateman Dairy. So this particular organization, Lightfield Energy, is taking agricultural arable land and turning it into things that look like this. So I'm not sure how Chickasha might feel about that. Now maybe that's not what they're going to do, but then when I went and looked, and they said that they were interested in doing a data field, so or a data project, so I went and looked at their website and projects and all of the things that they have on here. They have never one time done a data center. So when you talk about people coming into an area and completely reimagining that space, but then they've never done that before, the chances of a failed project go up drastically. And it was interesting too that when I was looking into this particular situation, they were talking, this is in Oklahoma Energy Today, massive behind the meter project announced in Chickasha. And so they talked about this guy, Chet Hitt, coming in to do this, and that it was going to be a venture between Citizen Capital and Lightfield Energy, led by Citizen Capital's executive chairman, Bon Payne, and Lightfield Energy founder, Billy Sorensen. And they're including data centers, they're doing this up. So I went and I looked up Bond Payne, and this is Bond Payne. This is his LinkedIn page, and he actually was worked with Governor Stitt. He was his chief of staff, and he apparently, I don't know if that's Bond Payne or somebody else, but this is on his page when Governor Stitt met with the Council on Foreign Relations with the which is a very interesting situation. So it frustrates me to see things like this. And then I guess that's the thing. When I went and looked up Citizen Capital, it's a 2-year-old company. Mm-hmm. So again, this is a capital company for investors, people that are trying to make money off of this new wave of Trump says we need to have AI kind of a thing. So right. I guess what I'm trying to get across to you today, Representative, is lots of things sound good, but when we don't really study the pieces that are behind the parts, we get Canoe, we get Solyndra, we get people who are displaced from their property and don't have access to clean water, or whatever that might be from whatever these things are that are being brought in. So can you kind of understand that concern I think that people have?
No doubt I can see the concern. And I tell you, the Chickasha facility in general, I can't talk about what else Lightfield has done in the past as far as what they use. It looks like they've done quite a bit of solar. But if you're going to build a data center, reliability for power is the number one important thing in controlling your utility costs, because it's such a power user. And so they're not going to use an intermittent source of power as their only source, number one, because it makes no sense, right? I mean, even solar and wind people will tell you they feel like they complement the base load, right? Because their power is cheaper due to a lot of reasons. A lot of it's federal subsidies, which I don't agree with those either. But at the end of the day, you got to have a base load to have power 24/7 reliability, and then you have the solar or wind as a complement at a lower cost when you can use it. And so I can't imagine them doing like you said, solar only at these facilities, because what are they going to do whenever they don't have sunshine, right? And you can have battery backup, but not that much. And so the Chickasha location in general, what I've been told, will be all natural gas. Like there's no plans for solar, all natural gas. Now, are they telling me the truth? I think they are, but that's what they're saying, and it makes sense because there's two huge pipelines, natural gas pipelines that go right through that industrial park. So it's like perfect location. And so I believe that. And, I know on the podcast, was it last week that y'all talked about behind the meter, and you're talking about how they're just going to have just a little bit of natural gas, because our bill stated that they have to use natural gas as a component of their power generation. Now, we didn't put a percentage in there because every company has their own portfolio on what they want to do as far as percentages go. But we know they got to have a base load. And if we require natural gas to be a component of that base load, they're going to use a good amount of natural gas, but they may offset some of that with wind or solar if they want to complement it. But the reason even the Petroleum Alliance was okay with that is because we know we have abundant natural gas in Oklahoma. We know it's affordable. We have tons of supply of that. And we feel like if they have to have natural gas on site, that will be the base load that they choose. And that's still going to be a large portion of what that data center would use for generation. And we think
that's something that,
real quick, Jenny, we think this could be one of the biggest natural gas generation bills that we've ever had, as far as increasing our natural gas production in Oklahoma. And we're talking about this will benefit so many oil and gas operators and royalty owners, right? Royalty owners that have royalties on their property, that will help them as well if you get more production out of it. And really gross production tax for the state of Oklahoma, we get that as well. So, I mean, at the end of the day, our state still, I mean, we are we're a lot more diversified than we've been in the past, but we're still a very oil and gas state. And this could help drive that industry upward as well going forward.
So you said something when you were talking about, well, this is the reason the Petroleum Alliance liked this bill. And I guess that's kind of
we had a whole group. We had a coalition.
I'm speaking for Sandra now, so Sandra can tell me to shut up. But Sandra just recently, and I don't want to speak for her, but she just recently went to Texas where she was invited to speak to the legislature. And it was interesting. She said when she came back that there are actually human people that are allowed to actually come and speak during legislative debate about a bill. And we don't have that in Oklahoma because we have things like the Petroleum Alliance and the infinite number of 2,000 plus lobbyists that descend upon our state capitol that get to speak instead of us, the actual regular people, because we're not allowed to come to the microphone and say, well, you know what? I have red bed power plant in my backyard, and because it's a power plant, a data center wants to come in and ancillary off of that power. And and because, we're open for business here in Oklahoma, and that's the super most important part, I get to have the possibility of having a very loud resource sucking data center in my backyard, along with the very loud red bed power plant.
Likely on CLO land. Don't forget that part.
Oh, that's right, on CLO land. So I think, part of when we get crossways and talking over one another, and when, Sandra and I both, or independently, get frustrated over things, it's that kind of thing. Well, I don't really care about the Independent Petroleum Association, even though, I like that. I care more about what's happening out with the people and what they feel about certain bills rather than the lobbyists. But again, and I think
I will say,
Jenny, I wanted to get some comments in. Yes, I'm sorry, Representative.
No, sorry. I will say, I mean, Petroleum Alliance, Farm Bureau, Cattlemen's, go down the list. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of lobbyists up there, but they are representing.
A lot of them that used to be former representatives, which
some of those as well.
Yeah.
So what I was saying though is they are representing their members, like whatever group they're advocating for, and so, but still that doesn't mean. I mean, I've seen a lot of associations where their group supports a certain policy, but maybe individual members within their association may be not supporting of it. So you see that sometimes, but at the end of the day, I mean, I feel like everyone has a voice up there, at least with me. And I think with a lot of members too, that, you know, now during a bill presentation, I've not seen a lobbyist when we're trying to present a bill in committee, I've not seen a lobbyist. Now, I'm not saying there hasn't been. I've not seen a lobbyist get up there and answer questions. Like that's the member's job. Now, interim studies.
I guess maybe that only happens in education or something.
No,
because when I was going to all of the education.
But what I was going to say is in interim studies, we do have lobbyists speak on behalf of whatever industry on interim studies, but we also have.
I'm talking about education committee meetings, them standing up and getting the mic. So I mean,
also representative.
Well, I served on education committee my first 2 years, and after that, I asked the speakers like, put me anywhere but education because that's the most controversial place to be.
Yeah.
So,
but I see agencies get called into committee meetings to speak to things.
I do see that, yes.
And so they are lobbyists for the DEQ or for that agency, and to say they don't get a voice. And so what I saw in Texas was I had to go up to a kiosk that day, sign in, and I could speak in a committee meeting. Anyone could. They asked us to be there. So we went and we signed in. My daughter signed in, 17 years old, and she spoke to the Texas committee on that issue. And we each got our 2 minutes. And then they could ask you questions and extend that time, but anyone could. And that meant we were starting that meeting at, I think, 1 o'clock in the morning, and we went till almost 4 in the morning, but we were happy to be there because we got to have a voice. So I would encourage you to put in legislation that would give the people an actual voice where we get to go in there and speak, because otherwise this community where a farmer lost 56 cows to his neighbor using toxic biosolids, he would not have gotten to have a voice in that committee meeting. But the agencies, if it had happened here in Oklahoma, the agencies that were protecting it would have all gotten their time. And the one impacted, would not. So in Oklahoma, we don't even have that right. But I do want to go back to that Oklahoma is clearly doing this because we see the trillions of dollars that we can generate for certain industries through energy production for AI data centers, which are going to be the main users of this, not humans. Our Oklahoma humans have plenty of energy right now. So to say we Oklahomans would have to provide the money to increase this energy, it's not for us, it's for AI, which we already established is to collect data and to generate things that will then replace the jobs that we currently have that are by humans. But I want to say one more thing, and I know this is another podcast. And I've heard this multiple times, this is coming. There's nothing we can do to stop it. And so we just have to get on board with it. Well, okay. Jesus said to his disciples, things that cause people to stumble are bound to come, but woe to anyone through whom they come. It would be better for them to be thrown into the sea with a millstone tied around their neck than to cause one of these little ones to stumble. Now, I just heard a story about the CIA investigating the death of a little girl by suicide who was cyberbullied into killing herself. And they spent a lot of money and a lot of resources trying to discover who this person was that had cyberbullied this 10-year-old girl into killing herself. They finally found the culprit, and it was AI. So while we're talking about money and jobs and who it's going to benefit and what it's going to do, not to mention the fact that this is going to price out farmers not able to compete with these industries who are going to be buying up land to put solar, which is subsidized, and wind to produce more energy. Let's just talk about the moral aspect of something that they're already saying this could be an existential threat to humanity. And artificial general intelligence on top of just AI. I mean, everyone needs to look that up. And then there's artificial super intelligence. And some people think we're already at artificial general intelligence. So when we say, oh, this podcast is hosted by an AI data center, yes, one that's already built. We don't need another one to host this podcast. I would gladly, and I do often.
What about the next person that wants to do a podcast? Do they know? They want their social too.
Yeah, already I'm about to start doing all my live videos on Facebook and say this will self-destruct in 30 days because it will go away on Facebook, and I don't care. I'm like, I don't need to have a jillion photos of my kids' cats on my phone. We could all be doing less, and I would gladly give up in order to bring back that little girl.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll tell you, and that's horrible about that girl. That's first I've heard of that. But in general, I think we would all agree social media in general has probably caused a lot of people in depression. I don't know how many people have been bullied through social media or maybe committed suicide because of peer pressure or
right. But we're going to get off. We're going to get off of the topic.
Well, I was just going to say social media in general, I think is a big concern with AI, but like we're literally doing this on social media right now. And so
but this is an entity. Okay. So this is like, from my perspective, I could care less who makes money on this. I could care less about the energy on it. What I care about is the future for my children. I personally know a little girl who her best friend is an AI bot. And now, because she is engaged with this, she does not know if she is a girl or a boy. She has anxiety, depression, all kinds of things, identifies as a they. I've heard about children who are watching their little cartoon on their YouTube or whatever, and their parents happen to look over and see X-rated images popping up in the ads. The parents took the device and watched that show over and over and over again to try to see those X-rated images, and they could never get it to come up in the ads. They handed it back to that child, and immediately those X-rated image ads came back up. It's literally looking for the child's face and targeting them with this. I can put in the comments, and I will, a pastor addressing this and the level of demonic stuff. If I had had time this morning, I found an app, AI, and this app, you can take your picture, Representative Bowles, your video, and then put you in another scenario, any scenario, and draw. And I'm a pretty good artist, let me tell you. You can draw whatever you want that background to be, and it will put you into that scenario. Right. So that means, Representative Bowles, you could be a porn star next week.
Well, okay, so let me.
I'm just saying we don't have to be the host. We don't have. We're choosing this, and I don't want Oklahoma to be the host for something that is woe to whom that comes. And that's my perspective. Beyond the fact that it's going to take up our land and it's going to outprice farmers. So okay, I'm done.
Okay, so let me. We've got to get some comments in here, but I did want to show you this. So there is a thing called Data Center Watch. It's actually a whole website, and the website is dedicated to $64 billion worth of data center projects have been blocked or delayed amid local opposition. And I just wanted to show this to you because it is, I mean, literally, local activism threatens to derail the U.S. data center boom. It's not as though people in Oklahoma just are the ones that don't like them. I mean, this is literally something that's bipartisan backlash. AI infrastructure isn't always welcome. Data centers are the new NIMBY flashpoint, not in my backyard. So you might want to look at this particular website, and I'll go back up to the top so you can see it. It's called Data Center Watch. You might just look at that. They have all kinds of information about why people are concerned about having data centers in their backyard or even in their state, for example. So I do think that one of the things that frustrates me about, and we talked a little bit about something that frustrates me, which is this: I'm going to assure you we're going to have this many jobs. I'm going to assure you we're going to have this much in community investment, you know, that kind of thing. And I do think it's important to remind people that NextEra, for example, has reneged on some of their property tax valuation in the western part of the state. And so that has actually removed money from schools that they had promised. So a lot of things can happen in the initial startup phase, and a
What
lot
I
of
will
things
say,
can be said. But then what happens, we have to be super, super cautious about what the possibilities are beyond the startup with anything, right?
yeah, I agree. And that's why I think, and that's really why I was a little maybe perplexed about why people, well, like some of the comments on my Facebook post last week is this is literally private industry making private investments without taxpayers subsidizing them. Like behind the meter is give them opportunity, do their own power generation, invest their own hundreds of millions of dollars, not ask the public to help, not ask PSO, OG&E, Cotton Electric, maybe the city, whatever city you're in, to provide that power generation that they need. And really, this protects. Now, if you want to be against data centers or AI, that's a whole nother conversation. But I'm just talking about whether they come here on the grid or off the grid. If they come off the grid, I think it helps reduce ratepayers' risk and their costs going up. Now, other generation may increase your costs for the utilities, and they got to pay for their infrastructure. But if we can relieve the grid on some of this infrastructure that is really the ginormous loads, then I think it's a win for everyone. Now, I do think, Jenni, you used to be the mayor of a small town. I was as well. I think it's very important for any business, whether you're a data center, industrial company, whatever, wind, solar, or oil and gas, like to have good community relations, right? You want to get community buy-in. You want to do answer their questions. You want to be a good steward of the environment, the property, the wastewater, all those things. It's very important for any industry to be good neighbors. And if you're in a data center and let's say it's going to cause issues with just the immediate neighbors, then you would want to get them on board or try to locate somewhere where there's not a lot of neighbors, like in Chickasha.
Well, that was going to be Mike, because as mayor, I would have said, if people don't want it, then you're not welcome here.
Well, the question is though,
I have to protect the liberty of my property owners and the people who live in my town.
But here's the question, and this is what I struggle with in the legislature, and sometimes is when you have property owners on both sides, right? You got property owners that want it, you got property owners that don't want it, and so then you got to figure out, what's the right thing to do and what's the fair thing, and go through all that, and so I mean, it's not always, as you know, as mayor, there's not always black and white issues. That's an easy answer. Sometimes you got to do a lot more work and dig into it, and that's why the one in Chickasha, it's in an industrial park. It's literally a 320 acre industrial park that's meant for industry. And so that's
for sure. But I mean, just because it's in an industrial park itself doesn't mean that there aren't effects to the people who live around the industrial park.
And I agree with you. But also know
industrial park is a little bit in question. Hold on, Sandra. Yeah.
I have a question. So in Memphis right now, Elon put in an AI data center, and in order to get it up and online very quickly, they put in a lot of gas generators. I believe it was 32 or 34 gas powered generators. So then they could provide more and more and more power to this giant AI data center. But the people in the community, largely not well-off economic community, are now not able to breathe the air because it is so incredibly toxic from all of the gas fumes. So I'm concerned, will this bill, because one of the things, they will not be a public utility, so they won't be regulated like a public utility. So what level is there anything within this legislation that's going to regulate them, make sure that they are abiding by safety measures? I mean, I know we've killed every bill on setbacks to wind and solar. So already we don't, like, even within the behind the meter bill, you could have actually put in, if you're going to use solar or wind, this has to be set back this far from the property line of what you buy. Like, that could have been within this bill that you put in, even though it wasn't a statewide property rights issue. It could have been, if you're going to generate behind the meter power, this is the way you can do it. This is how much gas you can use. This is the emissions. This is the regulations. This is how far your wind turbine has to be from Jenni White's house next door. This is how far your solar has to be from a property.
Well, I'll tell you,
I don't see any of that.
Yeah, so I'll tell you. So there's federal laws and regulations for power plants. So
but
you
not
have to they have to abide by all of the federal laws and regulations that there are, and there's a lot of those. And so, as far as environmental and air and all that kind of stuff, there's what is the Air
Clean
Act,
Water Act and
Clean
EPA,
Air Act.
Act.
Clean Air Act.
They got to
That's-
abide by that. And so there's all of these things that they already have to abide by. And
But-
so, as far as setbacks go, um, obviously we had a bill that dealt with that, and it didn't make it through the process. It actually died a few times, and we brought it back and tried again. And that goes, and not that we're talking about setbacks, and that's a whole nother can of worms. We, probably have another podcast on, but at the end of the day, that's another issue that's really two different competing property rights. And you got the property right of the neighbor that doesn't have any wind or solar on their property, and you got the property right of the people that want it on their land, and trying to balance that, as you saw.
Yeah, but I'm going to stop you there if you don't mind. I mean, I hate to keep
Yeah,
doing
that's
this
fine.
and sounding like I'm such a know-it-all. But
No.
here's the thing about that. So it is a legitimate legal thing, for lack of a better word, since I'm not an attorney. If what I do on my property, because it's my property,
Right.
I'll do what I want. But if I do something on my property that directly affects the enjoyment of the people on the property next to me, I may not do it. And courts have found this over and over and over and over again, from light pollution to big fences to barking dogs so I do get kind of relatively tired of that, because that's just not true at all.
Right,
I
but
mean,
Jenni, that's why
there is a very clear property right of the person who owns the property. If my next door neighbor, which they kind of do actually, have outdoor lights that can be seen from space,
Mhm.
I need to go next door and go, can y'all maybe not put on every light, so whatever. And if you can't work that out, then I have every right to take my next door neighbor to court and say, I can't even see the night sky,
Right.
because my neighbor has so many lights on that it can be seen from space. So there is a very specific lawful property ownership, property rights, and in ownership.
No, I agree. And I represent a lot of unincorporated areas in my district, a lot of county areas, and particularly like the Bridge Creek area. If you're familiar with Bridge Creek,
Yes. Well, is it still there? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's about 8,000 or 9,000 people in that school district, and they're not a municipality, so it's all unincorporated. A lot of those people moved from the metro, so they're used to all the zoning in the cities and protections, and they get out there and they're like, "Hey, wait a second, my neighbor." In my opinion, the neighbor's devaluing my property because of the way they have their front yard, or maybe they're not mowing their grass good, or whatever situation. But technically, it's like, well, you're in the county and there's no zoning, and so I've dealt with that issue a lot. Now, whenever you're talking about solar and wind, like I said, we did have a bill, and here's the thing: there's a lot of different opinions in the legislature on this topic, as y'all know, and the Senate had a bill that they felt good about, but House had issues with, and our bill that we passed the House, the Senate had issues with, and we couldn't get on the same page. And so I'm sure that topic's not going away anytime soon. But that kind of goes back to, what's frustrating sometimes in legislature. Everyone can agree we may need to do something, but we can't agree what that is, because everyone has 30 different opinions of what their solution is to that problem. And so that's kind of where we left in the legislature. And, I know that's a big topic for y'all. Now, I will say, on a positive note, last year we passed wind decommissioning regulations, and this year we passed solar decommissioning regulations. So there wasn't any regulations what happens whenever the company goes out of business, or if they were to just up and leave, what happens to that property. Now, I will say property owners can have their own contract, right, with their own attorneys, but there was no statute in place that had a baseline of what those contracts had to beat as far as a threshold. And so that's what we did. We put a threshold in place to protect landowners that have these on their property. So if these companies were to, I believe, their legal contracts have to at least meet the minimum of the baseline of the state statute of protections.
Well, let me just go back to something that you said a minute ago, because I have, yeah.
Okay. I want to go back to what you said. You can sue them if they're infringing on your rights, right? That's what you said, Jenny.
You're right.
Okay. According to Senator Julie Daniels and Representative John Pfeiffer, look up Senate Bill 1115 that was put through this time. Thankfully, it did not make it through. It stopped at the House Judiciary Committee. A public nuisance, blah, blah, blah. A public nuisance. The manufacturing, marketing, and selling of lawful products shall not be deemed a public nuisance. That's new law. So that means your wind or your solar company that would be selling energy, which is a lawful product, would no longer be deemed a public nuisance. And so they were exempting them from liability with this legislation. And then you don't get to sue for nuisance. And that bill, none of us were paying any attention to. And it actually passed the Senate 38-8. So while we're over here saying, and I even had legislators tell me, oh, well, if this is so bad, you can just sue. You can just sue for nuisance. If the infrasound bothers you, if you have any of these problems that you say are so bad, you can sue the wind turbine company. And meanwhile, they were putting through legislation to take the legs out from under communities, and it names communities, take the legs out from us, even being able to sue for nuisance. So it's hard for us, Representative Bowles, and I know that wasn't your bill.
Yeah, honestly, that's the first I've heard of that bill because I'm not in that committee. So
right, yeah, I know, and I just looked it up just now. I knew that there was one. A representative tipped me off on it, but I was looking at other bills that were trying to exempt, industry from liability, whether it's glyphosate or whatever those other industries are. So we have all of these industries that are requesting these bills to exempt them from liability. And then we have the citizens over here where we're so frustrated with this process of not having a voice at the Capitol, not having our say, that, like I said just a bit ago, well, last resort, I guess we have to sue to be heard or to have something done about biosolids or wind turbine blades potentially crashing through the roof of our house. And then they come over here on the backside and they sneak through these bills, taking away your ability to sue anyone. So then what recourse do we have? And I hear from people, and sometimes I delete comments on my page because I'm like, there's a level of desperation and there's a level of frustration that is scaring me. And as our representatives, as there's a lot of people, not like you, Representative Bowles, who are not responding to their constituents. They're not hearing the people. I mean, when there was bills too now that have been filed targeting our donkey dairy, one of them I went up there and the senator who was running it said, well, what are you doing up here? Why don't you just have your donkey milk lobbyist come up here? And I was like, we're it. Like, we're it. Like, pretty much in the United States, we're it. There is no one representing us. So when we have people who feel like they're not only not being represented, but that their very rights to redress for their grievances in court are being stripped from them, then we have a huge problem, much bigger than all of these other things that are trying to promote industry, trying to promote jobs, trying to, like, our basic constitutional rights are being taken again and again and again. And that's where I get back to nothing and no one and no industry is more important. And I can't stand this whole, it's for national security. No, this is potentially an existential threat. And I know that's another show, but we don't have to host it here. Let another state host it. And I know everyone says, well, you can't stop it. Well, we could stop it on our turf. And that is something that, as a representative, and wherever we are, I don't, I respect you. I don't know where you stand on all of these issues, but we don't have to be a part of something that we see as a detriment to humanity or that we see as propagating something that could harm children and the next generation.
Well, here's my question, Sandra, and with all respect, this is not y'all have asked me some tough questions. Do you not think social media is maybe one of the worst things for children?
Absolutely. And my kids are not on it. Absolutely.
Yeah, neither am I. But still in general.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see you on social media all the time. I'm on it. I know Jenni's on it. So I guess my point is I have a lot of concerns as well as you do. And I think social media can be used for good things and bad things. I think AI can be used for good things, and it can also be used for bad things. The challenge is, where do you draw that line? And, and at the end of the day, I think we're all guilty of, we like part of it, but not a certain part of it. And, how do you do that? And kind of going back to what you were saying earlier, my challenge as a rep is in my district when I have people, very well respected people, that have two different opinions on the same issue. And I listen to both of them. I hear them both out. But you got to make a decision. You got to vote yes or no. And as soon as you make that vote, you're going to really take off the other side. And then sometimes they're like, well, you didn't listen to me. I'm like, well, I did listen to you, but I listened to other people. And in my opinion, this is the best thing for our state. Now, like I said, there's times where you look back and say, hey, you know what? Maybe that wasn't a bad decision. Maybe it should have been another one. But I guess sometimes it gets frustrating, even as a representative or senator, probably, that you hear your people, but you have people with different opinions and you got to make a decision. And the people that you didn't side with feel like you didn't side with them because you didn't listen to them, when really a lot of times you just have to make a tough decision. And what I try to do, I could probably do better, is go back to those same people and say, hey, look, I didn't go with you on this bill. This is why. Try to explain it. They may agree, they may not agree. Jenni, you talked about people in my district, Carrie, Janet, Christy, great women. We probably agree 95% of the time, but there's about 5% of the time that we may not. And Jenni, they're very vocal and they're very opinionated on their issues, which they should be. And sometimes I go to them and say, hey, we don't agree on this, but here's the reason why I voted this way. And they may not, like what I voted on, but they respect that. I try to let them know why I didn't see eye to eye with them on that issue. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, people out there listening, if your representative senator doesn't vote the way you ask them to, sometimes it doesn't mean it's because they didn't listen. It's because they just had a different opinion. They thought there was other people were also talking to them, and they felt that maybe they went with that direction because they thought that was best for the district or the state.
Well,
So
and
it's not
see, I guess
always lack of listening, I guess is what I'm saying.
No, and I think, communicating with your district, I mean, like Sandra said, you get maximum points for that because there are a lot of people who just flat don't. A lot of reps who just don't.
What's tough? It's you're mayor, Jenni. Mayor of Luther, how many people did you upset in your mayor term?
Enough to get me fired.
Well, my point is, but it's not a lack of you caring, right? You care, but sometimes you just have a different opinion on what the answer is.
Well, but here's the bottom line. I don't know. Do you remember Sally Kern by any chance?
I've never met her. I know who she is, but
okay. So Sally and I were great friends, and I still consider her a friend. I mean, when I run into her, we give each other a hug and go, like girls do. Yeah. But Sally had a thing like a rubric that she would decide every bill by. And she would start with the Constitution, the federal Constitution, then go to the state Constitution, and then she would just go to the general cause of freedom, right? And so when people complain to her about bills or, well, you didn't vote for this, or, I asked you to vote for that, she was like, well, remember, you elected me, and I said, here's my rubric. Here's how I decide how I'm going to vote on a bill. The Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, the state Constitution, general liberty, right? Mm-hmm. So if you have a rubric like Sally did, then you don't have to explain, because you're like, hey, you elected me. I told you this was my rubric that I was going to do, because what I'm mainly concerned about overall is your ability to live and enjoy the fruits of your labor. That's what I'm here to do, is to protect that.
Right.
And so that's what it is. Then here's my rubric for doing that. And if that upsets you, then you probably don't need to revote me, again, because again, here's my rubric. So I understand what you're saying, and lots of representatives that I talk to say that very specific thing, but my answer is always the same, which is once you establish that rubric, which lays directly on the foundation of protecting the gains of your own, everybody's own work, then that's what we need to do. But we're going to have to get off of here because I know you wanted to just do an hour, and I warned you that things can go quickly.
I can't believe it's been an hour
You
and a half.
said something about, and here's a bill. You said Sandra asked you a very specific question about, who is going to monitor these behind the meter facilities. And you said, well, that's in the bill, but it's not in the bill. So the only thing that it is it says number 2, the term commission shall be taken to mean Corporation Commission of Oklahoma, provided that, and then that's all redacted down to be, hold on, redacted. And then it says the term public utility shall not include or be taken to mean a corporation, association, company, individuals, blah, 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 blah. So I can't really figure out where it says, and I hope I picked the right one because it said enrolled. So
yeah, this should be the right one.
So it doesn't say that in there.
Yeah, so if we put the federal law for regulation power generation, it would probably be 100 to 200 more pages long.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't even refer to that.
Well, I mean, it's still the law of the land. Whether we don't.
So federal.
We don't quote
Okay.
the federal statute in every bill. You know what I'm saying? So basically, all of that's still in effect. That protection,
right? But that's federal and not state.
Right, but they have to get federal permitting as well. They have to get federal approval, and they have federal guidelines, and so, yeah.
So we're just relying on the federal guidelines then.
Well, I mean, we could quote their entire statute in our statute, but then
no. But I'm just saying, so the Corporation Commission, for example, so I've seen a lot of green energy bills. Sandra and I have talked about this on numerous occasions. We've seen a lot of green energy bills that basically say, we hate the EPA. We don't want anything to do with the EPA. We want to be able to deal with all of this kind of stuff in-house in the state,
right.
And you can understand, I mean, carbon capture, that was the big
privacy
thing about.
You're talking about privacy. So basically like the EPA or whatever, let's say they're administrating some sort of standard. A lot of times what you're talking about, some of the bills we passed the past few years, basically say, hey, we have to go by those same standards, but we'd rather regulate that at the local level in Oklahoma than at the federal level because, well, even like FERC, right, with eminent domain, do you know who to reach out to at the federal level for FERC? I mean, but you do know who your corporation commissioners are. You do know who your representatives are. So if you could get that more local, you would have better representation. And now they would probably listen to you better because most likely people in Oklahoma that were elected by Oklahomans care more about Oklahoma than maybe DC bureaucrats, most likely, that weren't even elected. And
except then you stick lobbyists into the
or that, whatever. But I guess the point is, if we still have the same standard we have to regulate by, and sometimes the EPA will give delegation to a state and say, hey, here's our standard. Instead of us monitoring you self-monitor according to these standards. And if you don't do a good job, we'll take it back away from you. And so that's what a lot of these things have done. And we tried that with eminent domain this year with transmission lines, try to get that at the local level so that you have more of a voice. Because chances are people in DC making these decisions have never even visited Northern Oklahoma.
Right.
They don't even know. And so, or maybe not even care that much. So that's kind of what some of these goals have been, is to get more local representation back here. But I do get your point. And, maybe we could have, and hey, I'll be the first to admit any of my bills, if I have any issues with them, or over the interim, if I find out, hey, we need to add this in there or add this in there, then I'll be the first to make sure file a bill to try to clean it up. And
well, and I appreciate that. I just don't want to say that
here.
something's in there that isn't in there. That's all.
Yeah, or if we just need to say, hey, refer to this standard or whatever. I mean,
yeah, it'll fall under EPA regulation.
Right. Even though we feel like that's what it is, if we need to, clarify that, then, that's fine with me.
Setbacks to solar and wind on that next session.
What's that?
Okay, so I want to get through some.
Thank you, Representative Bowles, for agreeing to do this. I know you're like, feel probably a little bit 2 against 1, so I appreciate
No, not at all. I've enjoyed it. And honestly, I'm kind of weird. Like, I like debating policy because it's not personal. Like, it's
Right.
different opinions, and I feel like I can always learn from whoever I talk to, and whatever side of the argument I'm talking to. It's always good to hear their perspective.
Well, I don't know if you need to go or if you want to stay, but we have like a bunch of comments, and I know people were putting it because we have a huge audience. I mean, it's like huge, and I know they want. I know there were some questions in there, so I don't know if we just go through them really fast. Can you stay, or do you need to go?
No, we have time. And hey, I do want to mention real quick before we get to the questions. So, for good news in Oklahoma, our electricity cost in Oklahoma is the 7th lowest in the country, and so that's good news. And the national average is 16.1 cents per kilowatt hour, and we're at right around 12 cents per kilowatt hour. So we're almost 25% lower than the national average. And so that's a good thing for Oklahomans. Now, here's the thing. You all, as well as I do, anytime your rates go up, you're ticked off because you're like, dang it, my rates are going up. But in comparison, as a state, we're doing pretty well as far as keeping our costs down and for our consumers. Just want to throw that in there. There is some positive news,
Okay. So John says, when are the concerns of damages this investment's going to do to water, land are big concerns. We need both to survive. How much are we going to pollute our water and our land or use it up for tech or green energy? Where does it stop? And I think that's just something to think about, but it's definitely something for you to think about. Yeah. HB 4118 helped these companies come to Oklahoma too. It lets these companies hide behind someone else to do their pollutions and not be held accountable. One bill after another, not protecting landowners. And I think you're going to hear that kind of as a theme as we go
I'll
through.
have to look at that bill.
Subsidies make small. What?
That one didn't make it. The House Judiciary did stop it there, thank goodness. But yeah,
the House Bill 4118. Yeah,
I believe that was it. Yeah.
Subsidies make small Oklahoma businesses pay out the wazoo for big global businesses. It's grossly unethical. Facebook is now forcing AI that tracks and collects your posts and messages under the guise of being an assistant. I chatted with the AI to find out how to remove it and was told by AI that I would have to delete my Facebook account and Messenger.
Yeah, it was House Bill 1115, that nuisance one. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. Go on.
That's okay. The data center should be required to pay, install, and maintain their own energy sources, on-site micro nuclear. That is, if they're truly private companies. The quality of everything has gone down. How much of what we have is made by slave labor? Just because it's slaves in China doesn't make slavery okay. Robots don't care how loud it is. I think I'm going to make a T-shirt out of that one. Robots don't care how loud it is. There's Michael. The problem with these data centers are that it's a centralized point of collection. As in Oklahoma looking at the future, I would much rather have decentralized data and AI processing. And, dang it, I wish Michael were on because he makes such a really good point there because just to do something, I swear, I'm just going to do this super fast. I won't make a big deal about it. So there is an organization that I used to work with when we were working on Common Core and data collection. And they're still around, actually, this organization. And it is the, hold on a second. Let me get to the bottom because they have their name. No, they don't. Dang it. It is the Data Policy Coalition. Data Policy Coalition, which was basically formed to stop states from allowing data collection on minors at an educational level. So they actually, on June 3rd, 2025, they actually put together a letter to members of the U.S. House of Representatives and the United States Senate, basically detailing how bad this whole notion that was in the big, beautiful bill of saying that states cannot regulate AI for 10 years and these data centers and everything else around it. The federal level is somehow dictating to the states in a federalist makeup. In a federalist world, we're dictating what states are going to do. And so they wrote this letter basically, and they asked for representatives to sign onto it saying that that's not right, because we have no idea how this AI is going to come into a state and take data from people under 18 who parents should be able to control all of that. And if President Trump just says, no, we're not going to do that, that's not right, because that's actually stepping in between parents and their ability to parent their children according to what might happen in a school. And so they asked all kinds of members, representatives from different states to sign on to this. And here are all of the representatives and senators from the different states that signed on to this letter. And so this is Kansas. They've got them in order. Maryland, Michigan, Missouri, Michigan, New Hampshire, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oregon.
Go back up. Was there Oklahoma there? Because
that's what I'm saying. We went from Ohio to Oregon. What happened to the K? It should be between Ohio and Oregon.
Well, this is the first I've ever seen this, so I don't know if they just skipped us.
There are no representatives or senators from Oklahoma. And if you would like, I am happy to send you the link to this so that you can read this and the data policy organization, so you can see that. But yes, that should really concern us, I think.
Well, yeah, but a lot of them would have signed on, so they probably didn't know about it, because I'm sure others would have signed on as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like I said, that's the first I've seen that. But I mean, I think states' rights is important. We fought that the past 4 years under the Biden administration on how important it is to have state sovereignty. So I would agree on that.
We haven't nullified the 10th Amendment.
Those were state legislators, Jenny, that signed on to that?
Let me verify, because I don't want to say something. No, this was U.S. House of Representatives in the United States Senate, because they were the ones dealing with the bill. Gotcha. So we didn't get our. So you are excused.
Yes.
You are excused. But we do need to talk to. I need to send this to Representative Brackeen. I was going to call him Josh, but I won't do that. They don't employ anyone as far as working on the data center. If they have a problem with them, they ship them in to fix them, just kind of like they did with Canoe. So what's going to happen when their behind the meter power source dies for whatever reason? Shut down the data AI center or pull it off the grid? I think we all know what will happen.
Well, I mean, if that happened, that's a really bad deal for those investors that invested all their money.
But it's really a bad thing for the neighbors.
Well, if it's just it could be, yeah, but it's. I guess my counter to that would be, it's a bad deal anytime a business goes out of business, right, for a neighbor, because now you got an abandoned property, abandoned facility. I mean, that's never the intent of any businesses to go out of business.
I'm going to disagree, because when I looked up Canoe, mm-hmm. that was the thing that really made me mad, because if anybody in I'm pointing now I'm mad, so I'm pointing. I can't. The governor has, I don't know how many policy people, the leadership have so many policy people. It didn't take this housewife from Luther, Oklahoma, that maybe 10 minutes not using AI to come up with the fact that Canoe was basically a made up business. I mean, they had nothing behind them. The guy had collapsed in bankruptcy numerous times. I really literally believe that they just thought that they could get this money from the state and, whoop, there you go. And then you declare bankruptcy and it magically evaporates that ability to pay back me and Sandra and you the $1 million that we gave them.
Yeah.
They should have, and Dorn told me about this the other day, and I had no idea about this. and I know this isn't our discussion, but I'm just going to bring it up because I think it's really important and something that you might want to look into, even though you voted no on this, which was good. We had American smelters. Why did we shut them down in the first place? And now we want to build something else. Why don't we go back where they were already established and rebuild them there? See, some things don't make sense.
Well, I think on that, Jenny, and I'm not a smeltering expert, so keep that in mind. But I think it goes with a lot of the stuff that went offshore. I mean, it was they couldn't compete against China, India, Mexico, and so.
But then bring it back where it was, right?
Yeah, I don't understand why. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the investor. I don't know why they decided that, but
the literal job of AI is to displace human jobs. Who will pay for the billions of dollars of all the damages data centers will cause? Plus side, robots don't need company benefits and are easily replaced. And noise doesn't bother them. What is the cost of turnover for replacing the bots? This all goes back to what Brad Boyles is avoiding. Learn from your past. He does not want to hear of failures, and Jenny is doing all she can to point out there is no guarantee. I didn't do this. I didn't ask him for that,
no.
Representative.
Well,
I swear. There's no guarantee of employments of Oklahoma peoples.
Here's what I'd say to John Boy. Number one, we're not subsidizing the data centers. Like the one in Chickasha anyways. Private industry is paying for that. They're investing in it. If they got a business, they lose their own money. Number one. And number two, I don't know, like I'm a business guy. I have multiple businesses. There's no guarantee at any business. Like I wish there was, but you got the free market and things change. And so there's no guarantees of any future employment. But I do think, and even though I voted no, like I'm not defending, but even though I voted no on this, but I do think the way the state has set it out going forward, they have very good checks and balances with there's no incentives going to some of these companies that you were talking about earlier until they hit certain metrics. And
right.
Therefore, if they don't hit those metrics, they get no money.
Right. But I think what John's talking about is the fact that I was showing you that these people have no background in what they're saying they're going to do.
So should we tell a company that wants to come to Oklahoma and say, hey, we appreciate that you're going to invest $1 billion here, but you've only been in business for 2 years, so we don't want your money, or we don't want you to try your business venture because you don't have a proven history? Or do we say, hey, it's your money, free market, you want to come here, we're all open doors, we hope you are successful, but if you lose, not us.
I think that to go into how, I mean, we're also discriminating against small companies because as a small employer, if I don't meet those metrics, then you don't qualify for those incentives that the state hands out. Well, so I mean, there's a whole other.
That's why I voted no, because I'm more for the incentives where everyone gets them if you hit certain metrics on like.
How about nobody gets them though? See, that's my point.
No, like I'm not talking. I think we're talking two different things. You're talking like the big 2 or 3 companies over the past 5 years. I'm talking like quality jobs program, the R&D.
Yeah, no, I'm talking all of that. We do away with all of this. As a matter of fact, the Department of Commerce, honestly, there's nothing in the Constitution that says, hey, government needs to sponsor a way to bring jobs to the state. There's nothing there. I mean, we just made that up to suck up millions of dollars of tax monies and make government bigger. So the whole Department of Commerce can just go and we'll just rely on free enterprise, which is I'm going to use my own money to come in here and do that. And if I suck at it, I go out of business.
Yeah, I understand. And, I think to me, every tax credit we have, you have to look at it very detailed and make sure that it's paying more back than what you're paying into it. Is that
well, but then you can't, but you do, if you don't have, this is what I'm saying. So if you don't have a history with a company, you don't know. And you also have said a couple of times, and I have to disagree with you on this, that they're using their own money. We don't know. I mean, it may be completely 100% investor driven. I mean, you may be 100% completely correct. But I also know that even the Trump administration is going to offer incentives for this. And it doesn't matter whether it's a federal incentive or a state incentive. An incentive comes out of our pockets and grows government.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Okay. So thank you for listening. If our legislators are in place to represent the people, why do we hear in committee hearings and on the floor how Sandra?
Yeah, then why do we all just hear in committee meetings, how does this affect industry? Not
there. Thank you. Sorry, Jeff. I could not quite get that. Yes, that's true. And that is another thing I heard you saying too, is you say that too, about industry. But again, it's about the people. Remember our metric, right?
True. But I mean, normally, industry employs people, right? And you have to have a job to provide for your family. And so, I think there's a tie there. Now, I think you got to be balanced, right? We got to have pro economic development. We got to have pro business in Oklahoma because all these people in Oklahoma need a job, right? Like they got to have a way to pay their bills, utilities. And so, I think you have to look at the whole picture.
See, that's where we differ. I don't believe Oklahoma has to be pro business. I don't think, that's the thing, that we can't operate the state as a business, which is how Governor Stitt has done it. Because see, here's the beauty about a business, because you're a business owner, you know this to be a fact. You're the business owner. Who runs the business?
Mm-hmm.
Who runs your business?
I do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So does that mean that Sandra and I could say, Representative Bowles, we don't like the way you're running your business. I think you should do it like this.
Yeah.
So you cannot run a state as a business, because it's not a business. We're people that have to have buy-ins because the government is all about us and protecting us. So right. You can't run the state as a business. It's not a business. Businesses don't have to listen to the people who tell them how to run their business. They don't have to listen. Now, I know what the argument is going to be. Well, yeah, if people don't like the business, then they won't use the business goes out of business. I get that. And I see what you're saying, but that's not the way a geopolitical state works.
Yeah. Well, I would say
about the people.
I would say, even as a business owner, I always try to get the buy-in of my team, because they're the ones that are going to execute the mission. So if they're not on board, you're not going to have a successful business. So,
I would say to you that the job of the state, are you ready for this one? The job of the state is to get out of the way of the business.
So you're for my bill. You're for my bill.
As you possibly can.
So you support behind the meter because we're getting out of the way. We're letting business do it without government intervention, and we're getting out of the way.
Well, you backed me into that corner.
It took 2 hours to get to this point, but we're finally here. You've got to balance that with what's going on in the community as well. And if the community doesn't want a nuclear reactor in their backyard because they want to run a data center, then that's the most important thing, is the we the people aspect. I agree. Right? Okay. And I just think we have to take into effect all the people, right?
Not the businesses.
No. Like when we talk about community input and feedback, we have to,
Yeah, we need to have people's input.
We got to have people's input, and not just from one view. We got to take everyone's view and then do what we think is best.
Yeah.
As community leaders, wherever you're at.
Yeah.
So long as that protects people's liberty.
Correct.
Solar and wind cost more than fuels.
See, we do agree, Jenny.
Do what?
I said, see, we're agreeing now.
See, you can send all your legislator friends to the podcast, The People versus the Politicians.
You are not supporting the behind the meter bill, and I totally agree with protecting liberty and freedom.
I can't believe you just said that to me. You're never invited on again. Nuclear, leave our power, oil, and gas alone. Investing equals money in investors' pockets, not benefiting the great good of a community. Look at what corporate hog farms did to Western Oklahoma. And this is Michael Grande, who, don't forget, came from the Panhandle. He used to live in Guymon. He grew up in Guymon. He knows exactly what that is. So I think he makes a super, super excellent point there. When a 640-acre Cielo solar complex next door is struck by a tornado, leaving a path of debris, glass, and chemicals, what protection do we have? Who will be liable for the loss of use of that land for nearby non-participating landowners? Which is a great question.
Well, I mean, I would hope that company has insurance, but that's a whole different situation.
So
That's
Shelley
that's
says
another podcast.
answering that question, which I think. Okay. Well, I'm not sure. Sketchy history usually begets sketchy future. So that goes back to what I was telling you about the other issue. So if there are no protections for the people against these data collection companies, the state has basically sold our sovereignty to the highest bidder. Toyota already collects the driver's information, driving habits through a device installed in the cars with no permission or knowledge of the driver owner, and selling said information to insurance companies so they can jack up the rates. I got rid of my Ford. That's true. I heard about that for this reason. Jenny, have them do a radiation exposure test on both of those plants. We probably went past that and I forgot. Who are politicians really representing when the average rep gets a large majority of campaign funds from outside their district? I haven't looked yours up, Representative Bowles. Don't know.
Wasn't on the top list.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
well, he was making a point that he was, because we talked about this on the show, quite a bit. For example, I will give you an absolute example. So Kevin Wallace, who was replaced by Jim Shaw, we went and actually looked, and of all of the money in his campaign fund, only 9%, it was 9 or 13%. I can't remember which one, but it was under 15% of that came from the people in his district. So if most of a vast majority of your campaign donations are from out of your district, how do you represent your district? Because the people who are giving you money outside of your district are going to want you to rep them too. That's
that's a good point. It's a tough deal. I mean, because think about this: when you campaign, number one, you have to get your message out. Whether that's through obviously knocking on doors is the best way to do it, but that you can't hit 20,000 households within a few months usually. So you got to have some way to get your message out, whether that's through radio, mailers, TV ads, whatever. And so that takes money, right? And so you have different opinions. Some people are like, I don't take money from anyone. I do it all myself. But those people, it's really hard for them to get their message out. I think we would all agree to that. Then you have the people that are like, I don't take money from anyone. I'm going to donate. I'm going to put in all this money on my own. Then you have the critics that tell them, well, you're buying the election. You bought your own, you know what I'm saying? And then if you raise a lot of money across the state or even in your district, then it's like, well, now you're a slave to all those people that gave you money, and whether that's in your district or out of your district.
So do you know who your top donor is?
I honestly don't know. I haven't even looked. I would doubt that. I would think there would be more oil and gas donations, but I'd have to.
I haven't looked. So, he could be wrong. And I'm not saying, okay,
and I'll be honest, when people make contributions, whether it's NextEra or oil and gas or farmers and ranchers, I think if you ever have a politician that will sell their vote for a contribution, you need a new representative or senator.
Right, but you have to understand, though, Representative Bowles, that it is very hard for people on the outside to look at ethics reports and say, well, this person gave. I don't see a whole bunch of individual donations that aren't people that are attached to some big business, right? Mm-hmm. So I think the people at this point in time have a right to be cynical. I really honestly do, because if you, just in case you might be unaware, the vast majority of the grassroots in Oklahoma are absolutely sick to using a barf bag over what happened this last session.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. You can't decide that you can't have rules, but then keep suspending the rules, but then put the rules back in, but then use the rules on this bill, but don't use the rules on that bill. But by the way, we're going to hold this vote open for 4 hours, but this one we're going to do for 2 minutes. It's ludicrous. You can't, no video in here. In a public,
well,
that was but according to our governor, that was the best session he's seen in 7 years.
Yeah. I mean, we did get some good things done. Is it a perfect session? No. But I mean, I do think we had a lot of good positive outcomes. And as far as bringing bills back up from the dead, the wind bill was the one we brought up more than any of them. It died in the House committee, if you remember.
No, the one you brought up more than any of them was 224.
Well, hang on. So the wind bill died in the House committee. Then the next day, we moved it from energy committee to utilities.
You mean the wind step back bill?
Mhm.
Yeah. Because remember, Tim Turner ran the first one, and it was like maybe a mile setback. I don't remember. And so that failed in committee. We brought it back up from the dead 2 days later in the utilities committee, I believe. It passed there. We heard it on the House floor, passed the House floor. Well, heard it in my committee next, it passed. Heard it on the House floor, it passed. Went to the Senate committee and died, if you remember that. And then we brought up the Senate bill that came to the House, because the House bill's dead in the Senate now, right? The one that died 2 times already is now. So then we bring the Senate bill to the House. We change that one. And then it dies
well, let's just say this, because Sandra has got to get off and actually.
My point is, like, those dead bills, it kind of happened on both sides of the, there's some that I know y'all didn't want to get brought back, but did. And I know there's some that, and by the way, I voted no on Senate Bill 224, so I'm not defending that. I voted no on that bill too. But I guess what I'm saying is, what's interesting to me, I saw some people that were like, you can't bring that bill back up because it's dead and it's already died. But then,
I saw that.
But then the bill that they want to be brought back up, they're like, hey, you need to bring that back up again. And we did. And it's like, which one do you want to have it,
No.
So I think it happened both ways on different policies.
Do you know what that goes back to? The rubric or the rules.
Yeah. Well, and I will say all of them were within the rule process, but it doesn't look good. I understand the perception isn't good.
Yeah.
It really isn't. But
yeah. No. I would say the process. You had it right. It was a P word, but it's the process that's not right. So, Sandra, do you have to go?
I do. But Thank you for having me. And Representative Bowles, thank you for joining. I hope we weren't too mean.
No, hey, I've enjoyed this, and
it was fun.
Hopefully, I almost got Jenni to say she supported behind the meter, but I don't think I got all the way to the finish line.
No, you got to try.
Remember, I believe in getting halfway today, and then next time we'll get you to the finish line.
That's right. And
or I'll get you.
Or I'll figure out how to use that AI app, and then you better watch out.
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous about that.
Yeah.
All right, donkey milk lady, get your work done.
Okay.
Well, hey, appreciate y'all for having me on.
Thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome to stay. I'm going to stay and read through some of these comments just because we have a great audience. And like I said, we have so many people on that I don't want to let them down by not reading. So you can either stay or you may exit because you've been here. God love you. A whole hour and 8 minutes and 52 seconds longer than me.
Well, I really do need to go. I got another meeting I have to get to, but
I've
enjoyed talking to y'all, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks so much, Representative Bowles. We do appreciate you. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you. God bless.
All right. Okay, you too. All right. So we have a great audience, and I just can't let you guys down. So I'm going to go through these comments that we have because holy cow, you guys have really done so many, and I'm so sorry because I just wanted to make sure that we were staying on topic and we were trying to tease out the issues that we were talking about in the first place. So okay, so Tammy said, I live less than a quarter of a mile where this is taking place and have no voice in any of this because we're completely unaware of any of this taking place until the big announcement. Totally hear you. I found out about the data center in Luther on the agenda because they were having somebody come to just talk about it, whatever that was about. So people, watch your city agendas, your city council agendas. Intelligence versus artificial intelligence creation versus decreation. That's well said. China military AI warfare is what we're against too. I'm with Sandra. It'll be used for demonic purposes, and our tax dollars cause us to fund it. I do not want to fund this any more than I want to fund abortion. But since taxes are not voluntary but forced, someone else gets to decide if our money is used for demonic purposes. That's no. We have to get off. I'm reading. Okay. If you think it's a win, invest your own money, not your neighbor's money. Set up a fundraiser. Will CLO land be used for construction of microgrids to support these new industries behind the grid? I mean, that's a good question. I think he talked around that answer. That is BS. For property rights for wealth for a few is never an excuse to trump the property rights of everybody else in the area. How is Chickasha going to handle the water usage of the coming AI centers? Water usage is a huge issue. Leanne, laugh out loud. You'll do on your property what the government says you can do on your property. Wonder if we should get that one made into a t-shirt too. Property rights was used as an argument in fracking. You see how that turned out. This is a huge problem in Oklahoma too. No zoning in rural areas. Oh, I don't even want it. We need to get it. And you know what, John? We need to have a whole show devoted to just that. So let's see if we can't work that out. Wind and solar can damage health and property. I hate when they give landowners that wanted the freedom to injure and damage the land of their neighbor. Paid lobbyists had their way with those setback bills, period. There is absolutely no threshold on wind and solar leasing agreements either. That's one of the problems. They have no oversight and they do what they want. We ask for common sense regulations on these corporations, not on landowners. Gosh, Nian, it sounds like you're talking about federalism. You're talking about personal liberty. Last year's HB 4118 did just that. It helps keep these companies, lets them do what they want and hide behind landowners. They can pollute all they want and not be held accountable. Oh, dang it. I should have used that one. I'm sorry, Jules. I didn't see that down there. Perfect. That's like 2 for 2 for you today. Government doesn't force me onto Facebook. We're growing weary of legislators reciting the line about private property rights belonging only to landowners who are signing leases or companies standing to make money at the expense of health, safety, and farming. Bingo, Bible first, then the Constitution. Well, and I'm pretty sure, never mind, I'm not going to go there. My mom was an assistant superintendent in the school district where Sally Kern taught in East Texas. That's great. Will CLO land be used for behind-the-meter power generation projects? Dorn, I would not doubt it in any shape or form. Does AI care about Oklahoma? You know what? It might tell you it cares about Oklahoma because it scrapes a bunch of pages that talk about how great Oklahoma is. So there you go. You mean keep the corruption on a local or state level? And I know what that went back to. That was when we were talking about whether the, not the FDA, EPA. You know, when you have a bunch of 3-letter agencies, they get all scrambled up in my head. So we were talking about the EPA versus the Corporation Commission at one point in time. But you know what, though, Dorn, I do feel like, I mean, it's hard to find stuff at EPA. And I do feel like even though Lee Zeldin is telling us he's not going to, you know, it's a different era at the EPA, I still don't think I still think it would be easier if we turn a lot of the stuff over to the Corporation Commission. Not to say that the lobbyists don't go in and steer the Corporation Commission, but I think if we, the people, would get more involved in Corporation Commission meetings and actually go and attend them and show up and that kind of thing, we could be more of a force. But then when do you work in a Corporation Commission meeting with an Ethics Commission meeting and a CLO meeting and a
551 copies remaining staging. Central from 551.
551.
Can you get an ETA on life flight, please? Central, 91.
91.
You're busy. See what Lifeline has to offer and go ahead and get it started. Also, if you can do enact the MPI for the county, please, the 8100 page.
Jenni White, sorry, I couldn't copy. I was copying BC 5 miles street.
Fair by zero.
Hold on, I'm hearing a little on the live scanner, I think.
Did you copy the info I aired about 5 ago?
That's a range 12.
This is the live scanner. You're hearing.
Can you repeat it?
Hold on.
Hey, from person info, they just wanted you guys to cover Hayden, Athol, and Spirit Lake areas.
This is the live scanner. So I didn't want one playing over the other. Okay, so I'm going to keep playing you some of the replay from when this was reported by firefighters. I'm going to put play on the replay right now.
This is at the upper parking lot. This is at the upper parking lot. Up on the dirt parking lot. We need law enforcement up here immediately.
Again, sorry. People want the live scanner.
Monitor our channel or monitor their channel to answer theirs, or are you going to dispatch us?
This is the live scanner, so I can't have both playing at
you
once.
guys will be working on Metro 1.
So I need to stop the replay when the live plays. So people wanted me to keep the live on while I was playing the replay. So I'll keep stopping it when we get the live scanner.
This is at the upper parking lot. This is at the upper parking lot. Up on the dirt parking lot. We need law enforcement up here immediately. Law enforcement up here immediately.
Copy, upper parking lot. Immediately out, law enforcement.
That's what we've got. Another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. Needs help immediately. We need law enforcement immediately.
I copy, another firefighter down. Continuing law enforcement. I copy. 2 battalion chiefs, 1 off, 1 firefighter down.
All right, this person, I believe, speaking now, I'm going to forward through because there was a person speaking on the scanner on the replay who sounded like he had been shot, and I would prefer not to replay that again. So I'm going to forward through the person who said he had been shot and he needed help, just in the interest of not playing that. So we had that, it's there, but I would prefer to just forward through that person when he comes up on the replay.
I copy, you can move.
Yeah, right here, hold on.
I copy, you can move to location exactly.
Yeah, so the person said they couldn't move, I guess. You could hear the person, the dispatcher said that. But we'll forward through the voice and keep going.
We're all at the upper parking lot. We're all at the upper parking lot. Please, law enforcement, as soon as possible, get law enforcement up to the upper parking lot, the dirt parking lot.
I'm not having any response from the battalion chief. They're me inside.
I think that might be the voice of the person who had been shot, so I want to forward through.
Anybody around me?
Yeah, the person's asking for help.
Okay,
we'll forward past that.
Vehicle.
Then immediately up here, we've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down.
I copy, 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs. Law enforcement getting there as quickly as they can.
We need law enforcement to get up here. We could possibly get the 2 wounded out. I'm pinned down behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in.
I copy. Do you want Wi-Fi to launch?
Play that again.
I copy. Do you want Wi-Fi to launch?
Hold on. Playing this again.
Behind Battalion 1's rig. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in.
So that is one of the firefighters on the scanner saying the fire was set intentionally to draw them in. Secretary of Homeland Defense, Kristi Noem, just posted, and Secretary of Department of Homeland Defense, and she just said, Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary, the DHS is actively monitoring the scene in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Pray for Idaho's first responders. Justice will be served. Some people in the chat are claiming that 4 are dead. I have seen no confirmed report whatsoever of 4 people being dead. There was a press conference about 45 minutes ago, which we played you, which said there are 2 dead. The reporting I've seen since then from sources I would consider reliable have said 2 dead. If I hear of a reliable source in my mind saying 4 dead, I'll certainly let you know. We know that multiple people have been shot and injured. We don't know how many. But we have the live scanner on, and we're playing you the replay of the scanner. So I am going to let's just keep playing some of this replay so you can. I'm going through this replay so you can hear some more about what was going on when this a little earlier on the scanner. But as you just heard, and I'll play it one more time, the firefighter said he believed this fire was set intentionally.
It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in.
I copy. Do you want Wi-Fi to launch?
I'm not 100% sure where they would land. I think they need to be prepared to launch.
Copy, prepared to launch. Law enforcement still on their way.
Go 107.
Chief 107.
Started dispatching 4 ambulances and any available fire engines. We're going to have them staged at 15th and Nettleton Gulch. I'm en route.
Copy, staged at 15th and Nettleton Gulch.
Central Medic 13th en route. Central Medic 32 is en route.
Roger, I couldn't copy.
Medic 32 is en route to the wildland fire to the staging area. Open.
Copy, 15th and Nettleton. Thank you.
Central Medic 52, same traffic. Get down. Go away. Get a half a mile away. Sets on that parking lot. They need to stay there and make sure no one else comes up here. No, Department of Lands, no one.
Copy, deputy.
Enforcement desperately up here.
That's the voice of the person who I think was shot, so I'm going to skip over that voice.
Central Medic 13 is en route to that wildland fire for staging.
Copy, Medic 13 and out to the staging zone, 15th and Nettleton Gulch.
Command Tender 12, level 1 staged.
Central copy.
We're near this up here. We have an active shooter location. BC3 is down. BC1 is down. Corpsman Engine 3 officer and engineer are pinned down and wounded. I'm pinned down by BC1's rig. Do not come up here. We need law enforcement up here immediately.
So that, again, I believe they might have said more people shot later. That was a point early on the scanner where he seemed to say that 4 people had been shot. I think he said BC, which would be maybe battalion commander. I'm not sure. But earlier, I think he had said 2 battalion commanders were down and unresponsive. But again, at that point, it sounded like there were 4 down at that point. Again, I think maybe later in the scanner they mentioned more, but I haven't listened all the way through.
We're near this up here. We have an active shooter location. BC3 is down. BC1 is down. Corpsman Engine 3 officer and engineer are pinned down and wounded. I'm pinned down by BC1's rig. Do not come up here. We need law enforcement up here immediately.
Fire 173 in the area. Do not respond in.
All right, hold on. I think we have live scanner traffic. I think we're hearing something on the live scanner. Let me make sure. I'm not hearing anything else. I have the live scanners on. We're not hearing much on the live scanners. Probably, you know, we're what commonly happens in these situations is once there's like a manhunt underway, you don't hear it on the publicly available scanner anymore. So we're not going to hear, check behind that tree. I'm on the other tree. So cover me while I go behind that tree. You're not going to hear that kind of stuff. They're not going to put that on the publicly available scanner. I assume that's on some encrypted channel right now. So I'm not keeping that from you. I don't have it. But this was publicly available via broadcastify.com, the part I'm playing you right now.
2 battalion chiefs down. 2 officers injured.
Hold on. I think
Just
actually,
information, Corley Fire is advising us that they have staffing available to come assist with Corley Station if needed.
That's all live right now. That's live scanner. So let me let the live talk before I play the replay again.
Copy, I'll pass along to the battalion chief.
Copy, thank you.
And I'll keep checking for updates as well. This is all. So this is just we're hearing some live scanner traffic right now, but we really haven't heard that much on the live scanner lately. Okay, let me. Hold on a second. Christy, the Agriculture Secretary posted. The Secretary of Agriculture posted.
On 1K.
Brooke Rollins. And let me show you what she said.
Not sure if you're aware, but we're staffed with ALS unit. Medic 53 is in service and available for call.
That's live scanner you're hearing right now.
Copy, thank you.
The Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, said, "I just spoke with Governor Little about the horrific attack on firefighters on our U.S. Forest Service land in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, U.S. Forest Service land, I guess this is. We are praying for the victims and their families and will provide an update as more information becomes available." Okay. Let me, let's listen to a bit more of the, hang on, of the replay of the scanner. All right, so we're going to go back to the scanner replay so you can hear more of what was happening earlier in the situation.
In the area, do not respond in. 2 battalion chiefs down, 2 officers injured.
All right, so this is all replay right here. You're about to hear.
Yes, do not respond in. 2 battalion chiefs down, 2 officers injured.
Central from BC5, where's law enforcement? Where's law enforcement?
Law enforcement is in the area trying to make contact. They have SS-19 and 2310 in the area.
Central, tell them to come up the dirt road, and I'm at the upper parking lot. I need help at the upper parking lot. Go past the first parking lot, upper parking lot. I need law enforcement up here immediately.
I copy, past the first lot, up the dirt road.
Central 107. Central 107 on off one.
Chief 107.
I'll take care of staging. Can you just find me an off channel for units responding in?
Copy, BC5 is talking on off 3. I am ready to copy.
We'll use ops 1 for units responding in to come stage. I'll take care of staging.
Copy, thank you. There's a command post at the lower parking lot for law enforcement.
107 copies. Coming up the dirt road or not, I really need help up here.
You hear the firefighters keep asking for help because they, we heard them call in that all of a sudden they started getting shot at.
I'm seeing 2310 getting closer to your lot now. I think they're trying to make sure they're watching for the active shooter.
Copy that. Tell them I'm up at the upper dirt parking lot. As soon as they make the round corner, they can see. They'll see the Coeur d'Alene engine. The traffic cones are out. I'm right there, and maybe they can pull up and we can get to the Coeur d'Alene firefighters that are hurt.
See, at that point, they're talking about getting to some of the firefighters who were hurt. From the press conference, it sounded like possibly that they hadn't brought the firefighters down, or at least some of them who'd been shot down, because it's such a dangerous area up there.
I got you. By the Coeur d'Alene fire engine, they need to pull up over there, so hopefully you can get to the injured.
Chopper just landing, no idea who's on it. I've actually never seen that chopper before, so not sure what its use is, but it did have, it looked like some sort of arm or technology on the front end of it. Not sure if that was a video camera that could be used to feed back a signal to the ground for people to be able to get a look, or if that was something else. But nonetheless, all departments responding here. We've got local, state, and now federal resources here, as it does look like more mutual aid is showing up. These are blue and white Dodge Chargers that are pulling in right here. Again, adding to this apparatus that is currently growing by the minute as we are continuing to see the departments respond to this scene. As you were saying, Sean, pretty intense. Unfortunately, it sounds like we have lost 2 people. Sheriff Norris giving us that brief just a few moments ago. Again, as people continue to respond, what we are seeing is state, that's Idaho, of course. We are seeing mutual aid from the state of Washington, and we are now seeing federal aid that is responding by way of security. Sean, I just got here. I want to get to talking to some people. Again, information is very limited, but at the command post, as we are seeing more and more resources come in to try to help get this situation closed. Sean, can I send it back to you?
All right, Bradley. And Bradley, as you go up to talk to those authorities, I've been on similar scenes, unfortunately, over the years. They don't like to talk because they have a job to do right now. Hopefully you can get some information. We'll check back with you. Also joining our team, Belle Lewis, standing by with information that she has learned. Belle.
The Coeur d'Alene Police Department chaplain. He was just arriving on site when I was. He said that he knows about the situation and he's here to offer services and assistance to the people that are hurt or distressed by what happened today. I also want to give you another look at this vehicle that Bradley just mentioned. We do have people currently unloading, as well as another shot of that helicopter that just arrived mere moments ago. Again, we're waiting for some more information and confirmation on some of the details we're getting here, but we do know that the chaplain is here to offer his services if he is needed. Back to you, Sean.
All right, we're going to put up this other feed here just to come on back. Everyone get back into the scene here as we understand what in the heck is happening here in Idaho. Got the scanner up. So 2 people are dead. Suspect or suspects still out on the loose. Trying to get a more understanding of what in the heck is happening here. From the latest from law enforcement. We're at the northern part of Idaho. It's pretty far up there, folks. It's even farther than Moscow, Idaho. This is a place that we've covered up here. I did a live stream in this area, Coeur d'Alene Lake, probably about 1.5 years ago. If you kind of want to see that area and the trees and everything in that distance, similar to what you see here on the channel right now. Now, in that general area, it looks like there were choppers in the sky, and it looks like there is one chopper that is still hovering around the area. We're just monitoring this situation here and seeing what is the latest. So far, I think we are up to speed on this. Now, we just need to get more info or some more boots on the ground perspective of what's going on. They say it happened around 1:21. Now, one thing I've also noticed is by the time that the calls started coming in about firefighters being shot at, it was around 2 p.m., according to the sheriff. So that's like a 40-minute from the time, they get the call to get up there. So it just shows you just how remote it is. It's very remote up there. It takes a while for responding law enforcement to get to locations sometimes when it comes to that. And it doesn't look like their fire department there is very big. Now, I saw in the chat, some people suggested, with him, shooting, I mean, was he trying to get this fire to spread? And he was stopping law enforcement officers or the fire department from putting it out by shooting them so the fire will continue to spread. Is this like some sort of eco-terrorism, take out the firefighters, set a blaze up and make sure it spreads out and law enforcement firefighters can't put it out? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, we don't know if another fire will be, set up overnight. They want to get this guy or persons neutralized quickly. And you also heard the sheriff say, if you got the shooter in sight, shoot the shooter, neutralize the shooter. The sheriff is, basically urging or encouraging residents to possibly do that. So here's giving you the general area in Idaho where this is. It's East Nettleton Road area, 19th and East Nettleton Road. 19th and Nettleton, East Nettleton. Shows you the general area. So there is law enforcement in the area. Hopefully we see more and get more information so we can relate. It's already on the Google Maps. Google Maps already has this thing location or the situation already on its Google Maps, encouraging people to leave the area. Do not, they're still trying to get people out of that area. Apparently there's some maybe some residents that live up there, don't know the population. It's not really a big area. I don't think there would be many people up there in that general area. According to a local reporter, sheriff confirms 2 fire now, as of right now, as of this report right now, sheriff confirms 2 fire personnel killed in Idaho ambush. The Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris confirms 2 people were killed after firefighters were ambushed responding to a wildfire on Canfield Mountain in Coeur d'Alene. Here are the details. Both victims believed to be fire personnel. So we got that information. Sheriff officers taking active sniper fire from high-powered long guns. And he also said modern day sports rifles. That's what he said in the press conference. So, yeah, some guns, heavy guns, it appears. Shots are coming from multiple locations. That's what's being reported, multiple locations. That's why they don't know if it's more than one person. They assume it might be one or more person. He said 4 or 5 could be. We don't know. So this could be a group of people doing this on law enforcement. Unclear if facing one shooter or multiple suspects. Situation is very, very fresh and active. You heard from the assistant director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, who said that they are bringing reinforcements. They're bringing federal personnel to the situation. Sheriff Norris' statement, I'm hoping that someone has a clear shot and is able to neutralize the threat. We are actively taking sniper fire as we speak. So he's hoping that someone has a clear shot and is able to neutralize the threat. It's kind of like what Florida sheriffs do when they're talking about trying to break into someone's home. The sheriff is giving the residents and anyone there the go-ahead to shoot, to neutralize the threat. So just be mindful out there if you're in that area, general area. It goes on to say, current response, FBI and U.S. Marshals assisting local law enforcement. 3 medical helicopters are on standby, but they're too dangerous to transport. So that was interesting because earlier, folks, there was 4 choppers in that sky. Now I only see 1. And there could be a possibility, and I saw a report earlier that kind of echoing that in a sense. Are they saying that the situation is still dire where they can't safely bring helicopters to that area because of the sniper fire all over the place, and they want to make sure none of the medical personnel shot? That's a very strong possibility. Very strong possibility. Officials working to clear civilians from the mountain. If they don't get this people or person,
and maybe we can get some more information while it was ongoing, or why still ongoing, still an active
521 from 32, just be advised you
fire.
have to access the road off of Fruitland.
Oh, Bear Dog Unleashed. Thanks to Bear Dog Unleashed, who mentioned that Watch Duty app had a page on the fire. So let me show you the Watch Duty app page. They cover it's a good app for fire coverage. So it says Canfield Fire. This is the Watch. Am I signed in here? Let me just make sure I'm signed into the app. No, I got to log into the app. Watch Duty Canfield Fire. they say resources are on scene of a vegetation fire, but that update was from a couple hours ago. I mean, there's, that I don't know that that's. They say the pin has been moved to the northeast for a more accurate location. So I guess it's roughly that area, but I don't know exactly where the fire is right now. I don't know exactly where the officer, the law enforcement was shot, where the firefighters were shot. I'm saying firefighters were shot.
They just want you guys to cover Hayden, Athol, and Spirit Lake. They haven't given me any calls yet.
But that's a watch duty. You can see updates about the fire there. They haven't updated in a little while there. A number of our viewers are mentioning Travis Decker. I have heard no information that this is Travis Decker. So Travis Decker is a man who police have been looking for in Washington State for several weeks. He is accused of shooting and I don't know about shooting, of killing his 3 young daughters. And there's a manhunt for him. This was in central Washington State. Now, Idaho is next to Washington State. I have heard no information yet suggesting that Travis Decker did this. If I will let you know. But right now, there's nothing other than the fact that Travis Decker there's a manhunt going on for him. There's no other reporting suggesting this is Travis Decker. If I hear something otherwise, I will certainly let you know. Right, there's Flight Radar 24. That's another helicopter coming in the area. And there is this one flying around. I mean, this is a sheriff's helicopter, so presumably this helicopter is searching for the suspects, or suspects. But you can see where that helicopter is flying around on Flight Radar 24. In spite of the fact that people in the chat keep claiming that it has been confirmed that 4 people died, I have not seen any reliable source on that anywhere. All of the reporting I have seen says 2 dead. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. Those numbers, of course, they're the official death toll could certainly go higher, but that is the latest reliable reporting I have heard. All right, I'm going to play a bit more of the replay from the scanner right now. So trying to bring you live updates. We have the live scanner on. We're not really hearing much on the live scanner. What I could do, would people like me, the press conference was not that long. I could replay the press conference for you. Maybe I should do that. It's about 10 minutes long, maybe for people who haven't seen it. Why don't I take a minute and play the press conference for those who haven't seen it? The press conference video is courtesy of BC Preacher. No, I'm going to play it because some people haven't seen it. So the BC Preacher is the source of the video. He allowed me to buy the rights to the video from him. So I'm going to do that. And for the people who haven't seen it, maybe you have seen it, but a lot of people have not seen it. It's not that long. So we're going to replay that right now. And then I'll keep the live scanner on and we'll move forward. But
maybe a militia group. I'm thinking sovereign. That's what I'm thinking. We just had an issue with Iran, and they were talking about sleeper cells in the United States. Do you think of like Iranian sleeper cells would sit there and do this, and somebody would do this and target this area? I find that type of route unlikely. What about some people are saying gang members, MS-13, and certain like gangs in the United States? Would they do this? I don't think so. Some people say, it's more of like just like a paramilitary, maybe like some people might even say due to the fact that it's Idaho. Idaho has that a growing movement out. the readout. I don't know if you ever heard about what's it called? The American Redoubt. We're gonna American Redoubt. Let me just give you something about the Redoubt. I think it's the American Redoubt. The reason why I say this is because it's they're trying to get Idaho off, trying to secede, secede from the United States. This American Redoubt, the philosophy, it's supposed to be like a Christian safe haven up there. They want to make like Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming and parts of Oregon and Washington a safe haven for conservative Christians. Do we got that? All right. Come on in. Come on in. All right. So we got a live feed. We're going to put up a live feed. So stand by.
Additional new information, but we'll bring you back down here to the command post and show you the scene as we are continuing to follow the resources that are responding. These are tactical teams that are responding from across the region. We just saw that Department of Homeland Security helicopter take off. That is a federal resource. So we're seeing state, federal, and local resources responding here as we have learned that 2 people unfortunately have passed away. It is unclear what the relation to this situation is. All we know is that there is a heavy police response right now as the sheriff's office is leading right now a very massive technical response as we are seeing the officers get out of the vehicles right here to the right of me in full tactical gear. You see them with their vests on, you see them with the helmets on. Unclear what they will be utilized for, but nonetheless, it is a very heavy response from across the region. So again, state, federal, local, and then mutual aid from the state of Washington as we are watching some movement over at the command post right now. It looks like there's some smaller CAT vehicles, ATVs that are being used as well. As you were saying though, Sean, to the point of this fire, when you're coming in on I-90, driving in, roughly Hayden Post Falls, you start to see the smoke just sort of as you take that turn there entering Coeur d'Alene, you start to see the smoke and it's immediate question mark. What is that? What is that? Well, we know that is this blaze that is burning right here that crews were working to try to attempt to put out. And then this unfortunate situation unfolded. Again, you see a little bit of activity right now from the command post as people are working and getting orders, but those choppers that we've been seeing, the Homeland Security one just took off. It's circled the mountain. I haven't seen it. Hold on. All right, we're being told that we need to move. There's another helicopter that's coming in.
Okay.
So they're asking us to move over to the grass, Sean. So we'll send it back over to you, and when we can speak to you, we'll check back in.
All right, Bradley, really appreciate that and your perspective from where you're at. Again, they're going to have another helicopter touching down there, so they're moving the all media staging area back. Let's bring Leslie back in. The fire is burning. They can't even address the fire right now because the threat to lives is too great right now, and we've had high heat drying out our area. We're just going to get hotter from here, Leslie.
It's all just really a scary situation if we think about it, Sean. Thank goodness we don't have the winds that we were seeing Friday and even yesterday. Winds gusting upwards of about 10 to 15 miles per hour, max 13 miles per hour in Spokane over towards Coeur d'Alene.
All right, so this gives us the wind in that area
but remember,
about this fire.
any kind of a wind speed at all is going to pick up an ember from a fire and it's going to spread it incredibly quickly. That makes things very difficult already on top of a difficult situation. The gustier winds have been back into central Washington in the last 24 hours. We've seen wind gusts anywhere from 30, even 35, 40 miles per hour. So winds not going to be an issue as we head through the overnight hours tonight. What is a concern is going to be those temperatures because we're about to shoot up there. We do have those excessive heat advisories that are now in place for Monday and for Tuesday. Daytime highs popping up into the upper 90s and even triple digits with light winds with the possibility of some mountain showers and some pop-up thunderstorm activity expected midweek. So there's that ridge of high pressure. We are drawing in all of that hot air coming out the desert southwest as far as what we're expecting for daytime highs. Like I said, upper 90s and triple digits for tomorrow. So again, making things very difficult. We're already in a situation where those fire fuels are incredibly dry. Now we're going to add to that 99 in Wenatchee, 98 in Mosaic. It's like 93 degrees over towards Davenport with those daytime highs into Montana, mid 90s for Troy and Libby. Take a look at Lewiston and Orofino, triple digits, low to mid 90s down through the Palouse. And then we're expecting those 90-degree temperatures, mid 90s in Spokane, lower end of the 90s over towards Coeur d'Alene, upper 80s into Bayview. Again, it is the hot temperatures. It is the fact that we don't have any moisture in the forecast that are going to create some major concerns as far as fire goes. And then as we head into Wednesday and Thursday, you can see that line push through right over the top of Spokane. This is the possibility of some isolated thunderstorm activity. Now, the rain will take, the thunderstorms not so much. Thunderstorms creating new lightning strikes. New lightning strikes could always create that potential for new fire starts. So that is going to be a concern as we head through midweek, especially following, again, the dry, hot weather. Be sure that you are drinking plenty of water. Make sure that you've got that sunscreen. Know the signs of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. I'm going to leave you with a look at this 7-day forecast. And you can see there is a gradual cool down on the way, Sean, as we get you into the end of the week. We're still hovering right there in the upper 80s as we head into 4th of July. But really what we're worried about is for tonight and for tomorrow until firefighters can get on top of that fire in Coeur d'Alene. The temperatures are significantly above our averages for this time of the year. Back over to you.
All right, Leslie, thank you very much. And we're going to keep Leslie and our entire team in place. We have multiple reporters near the command post. Our breaking coverage continues straight ahead.
Sean Osley and Leslie Lowe.
So we're going to get, so we listened to the local media there.
You're watching.
We're going to get another feed up here and just continue to talk.
We are still following breaking news out of northern Idaho. Right now, 2 are dead following a shooting in Coeur d'Alene in the Idaho Panhandle. Local authorities say multiple firefighters were reportedly shot while responding to a brush fire. There is a hunt for an active shooter. In the last hour, Idaho Governor Brad Little said the shooting was, quote, a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters, and calls for the people of Idaho to stay clear from the area to allow law enforcement and firefighters to do their jobs. The sheriff said if they do not neutralize the shooter or shooters quickly, this could be a multi-day effort. I want to bring back in MSNBC contributor and retired ATF special agent in charge, Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, thanks for sticking with us. The prospect of a multi-day effort, multi-day search here, not comforting, I imagine, to many at home. Can you talk us through the kind of work law enforcement investigators must be doing on the ground right now to make sure the area is as safe as possible as soon as possible, Jim?
Well, they're massing their forces. You know, the state troopers are coming in, the federal agents, ATF and FBI are be coming in, marshals, U.S. Marshals, and of course the sheriff and the city police in Coeur d'Alene and the surrounding counties. They're all going to be geared up, activating their SWAT and SRT teams, which is synonymous. And they'll be gathering their crews so they can search. If this was a brush fire
and the things that happen, the confusion on the scene, and sometimes it can sound like multiple shooters when in fact it's just one. But the main thing for them, right, is protection of the fire service and everybody in the area. It's a complex tactical problem, one that will be resolved by chopping it up in pieces and assigning it out. Very fluid at the moment. A big challenge to have an evolved. The challenges here are just pretty ominous, but they will resolve it. And it'll be something that as more information comes, we'll get a better picture of what's happening here. But the main thing is that they're not deploying fire service or anybody else in harm's way at the same time trying to stop this active shooter problem and a fire evolution problem simultaneously.
Yeah, I think you kind of set the given us an idea of how broad and how big this stage is. And there are a lot of heroes there right now. You can see the flashing lights. The firefighters that were first on the scene were heroes for rushing to that brush fire, and those that are responding now, trying to save lives and neutralize this threat, also heroes. Idaho Governor Brad Little put out a statement not too long ago saying multiple heroic firefighters were attacked today when responding to a fire in North Idaho. This is a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters. I ask all Idahoans to pray for them and their families as we wait to learn more. Teresa and I are heartbroken as this situation is still developing. Please stay clear from the area to allow law enforcement and firefighters to do their jobs. I want to ask you, do you believe that these firefighters were intentionally targeted, that this was specific to draw in firefighters, or is there more that we'll find out about this motive?
Definitely a possibility. Now, speculation at this point, there could be a number of motives and reasons why somebody is doing this. And one of which could be they created the fire to pull in fire service. They're attacking them proactively. It could be to cover for an event of something they caused. The fire was a diversion from that. There's so many possibilities here. It's daunting and really irrelevant because obviously for the resources they have on hand at the moment, it's about protection of life and protection of the service that's deploying for the fire. But one thing you can assess from this definitively, it was purposeful. There was an intent here. Very unlikely that was a response to just fire service coming onto property. And so the level of proactiveness, which is a level of wickedness also involved in it, is, somebody's diabolical and they've taken life. The sniper thing, it's ominous but solvable. But the possibility of this being purposeful is highly probable at this point. Definitely.
Given what we can see about the area, that this is a rural area, but also a fairly good-sized community there, but we don't know where these suspects are at this point in time. We haven't received an update that their goals to neutralize this threat have happened at this point in time.
And contemporary violence in our country, that self-sacrifice is probably the predominant element of this. I doubt their escape is as important as, or I say he or she or they. The escape is probably less likely than self-sacrifice. They're probably doing this in the expectation of their own death. I think that the investigators and the first responders are going to take that tact, because somebody's very possibly waiting in ambush for more of them, much more likely than doing this and then escaping. So they're going to take the possibility they're there to die for whatever reason they did this, more so than them trying to get away. And that's a bigger threat and bigger of a concern, but they have to operate with that assumption.
A manhunt.
There's going to be multiple federal agencies that are responding to this, and they're bringing everything they have, including canines that seek people that sniff, believe it or not, for firearms or shell casings if they can find anything like that. They're putting in a whole infrastructure of information to manage everything that's happening information-wise. Information intelligence, we kind of call it the same thing. They're going to help manage all that, to integrate everything that's happening so you can have some real-time leads. So the resources are going there are going to be helpful. There'll be great integration with everybody who's already there, the permanent community, the municipal police, the county sheriff's office, the state, everybody. So the resources there to add, not to cause confusion. There's one thing in contemporary policing in the United States is we have had tremendous improvements. So FBI and all the other agencies that are deploying to this will have that purpose in mind, and it'll sharpen the response to what's happening in resolution, which means death or capture of shooter or shooters, and then the resolution and care of anybody who's injured. And then in the retrospect, they'll find out the who, what, why, how, and when.
As we're watching the authorities there getting close to the scene, we're seeing, still the fire trucks there in the area, the command center trucks in the area, the sheriff's department rushing there to the area. What is being communicated to the people at large right now? They're in that community. I mean, is this more than just lock your doors? Are we talking about a situation where you want to check on your neighbors, call? Like, what should people there in that immediate area be doing right now?
It's very difficult for local law enforcement to address their community other than shelter in place, because if they don't have specific information, that's all they can really advise at this point. Account for your people, stay where you're familiar and safe, and do that right now until we have a better handle on what is happening. And that may take some time. So I think their direction is unchanged until they have a body in custody or dead. And once they know more about that, then the information will come out. But the shelter in place might get more specific because of the, let's say, the epicenter where this originated, where the call came from. So where a shooter or shooters could still potentially be. Plus of course, now they have this, the complexity of an evolving fire. If they have an evolving wildfire, land fire, that's just added to that. But that's going to be their direction for some time till they have more information.
And right now there are hospitals that are sadly dealing with casualties from this incident. Now, we don't know how seriously injured the people. There were 2 people believed to have been killed, but then there were an unknown precise number of casualties, potentially dealing with some very serious wounds. What does that mean for an area like this? And what could it potentially mean as they prepare for the possibility of it, since this is an active shooter situation still ongoing?
So Coeur d'Alene, Idaho will have at least one trauma level.
All right, thanks for your patience. I just had to do something real quick. All right, so we have here you're seeing this is a helicopter. Now let me just see. That's Flight Radar 24. Yes, this is the Spokane Sheriff's. This is ADSB exchange. That is the Spokane County Sheriff's helicopter right there. Spokane County Sheriff. And just give me 1 second here. Hang on a moment. Yeah, this is from ADSB Exchange again.
Central from 524.
Spokane County Sheriff's helicopter. Looks like it's doing a search of some
Can you
sort.
attach us to that motor vehicle accident on Hayden Lake? Show us around.
Confirm. The caller associated result. It'll be a Delta motor vehicle accident at Hayden Round City. Will be on off 2 units responding.
And that is flying around live up there. You're looking at the live flight tracker. You can get that flight tracker. There's one on adsbexchange.com. There's one on flightradar24.com.
524 from 521. Do you want us to head that way?
And I'll let you know if other aircraft. There's a helicopter here. I don't know if it's going there. That is a Black Hawk helicopter down there. One of our viewers mentioned that. So maybe it's going to the area. I'm not sure. And somebody else mentioned something. They said that
you guys can stay on the course right now. I think we have enough resources to handle this.
Someone else said that did Dan Bongino post something else? Yes, Dan Bongino, who's the
Engine 524 for Delta Motor Vehicle accident, Hayden Lake Road and Rhapsody Lane, op 2. Medic 53, engine 524, Delta Motor Vehicle accident, Hayden and Rhapsody, op 2.
Dan Bongino, the deputy director of the FBI, posted about 15 minutes ago. And he said,
Engine 524, 522.
FBI technical teams and tactical assets are currently on the scene providing support. It remains an active and very dangerous scene. Very dangerous scene, he says.
Engine 524, we just pulled in Station 1. We have a complement of 4 and all our ALS gear. Do you have enough EMS equipment? Stand by. Very simple. Do you have any further on this call? We do not have an FPG. The patient will be a 31-year-old male, conscious, alert, and breathing vehicle versus a motorcycle rider. Rider was wearing a helmet. 524 copies. 522, you can stand down. We can handle with the resources.
Give me a moment here.
Copy, 522, standing down. Center copies. 437-634. 95 land Counselor code. Central for Medic 53. We're in route. Yes, copy. Roadway sirens. By me, lights and sirens. And copy that. They call to assist them. Copy. Let me know if you need them.
Yeah, the scanner, I'm sorry, sometimes it comes on louder than other times, so it's kind of hard, but I'm doing my best to get a reasonable volume for it. All right, let me try to get you some other updates here. We'll probably listen to some more of the scanner replay shortly, but I just want to check for other updates here. But again, we're not hearing much on the live scanner right now. Pam Bondi, who is the Attorney General, she posted as well. And Pam Bondi said, "Thank you to our incredible FBI agents on the ground assisting local authorities in Idaho. We are praying for all." I do not know who this shooter or shooters are. I don't know what their motive is. I don't know what their background is. We just don't know right now. The ATF also posted about this.
For that agency assist, would you like additional units?
And the ATF said,
Negative. Looks like might be more of them up here.
ATF special agents and certified fire investigators from Spokane, Portland, and Seattle offices are responding to the scene in Coeur d'Alene to provide support.
Up for Hayden Lake Drive right now, going toward Tulip Marina.
So FBI on site, ATF on site, and this is an active search for one or more shooters. I've had people message me with various theories about the motivation of the shooters. I do not know their motivation. Police have not said anything about a motivation.
We're the fire case on off 4. From Central, you can clear the move up and return to station. Thank you.
The helicopter, there's another helicopter coming in here. This is a Black Hawk helicopter here. I don't know what that helicopter is up to, but you can see it down here on ADSB Exchange. Oh, I wanted to check a couple things here. Give me a moment. I'll show you a couple pictures from the scene too. The Reuters says that the attack is unfolding in the Canfield Mountain Nature Area that is popular with hikers near Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene is a city of about 57,000 people in northern Idaho. The sheriff said the shooter or shooters were using high-powered sporting rifles to shoot rapidly at first responders, and that the perpetrators are not at this time showing any evidence of wanting to surrender. The perpetrators, according to the sheriff, were in a spot with heavy brush, and they are well prepared and blending in with their surroundings. He said if these individuals are not neutralized quickly, this is going to likely be a multi-day operation. If they're not neutralized quickly.
Transporting to the hospital.
Let me show you a few pictures of the scene from Reuters here. Hang on a moment. I'm going to do that in a second.
Dispatch, Spokane Engine 2.
Spokane Engine 2.
Back in service.
Copy. Central Engine 522.
Hold on. I want to download
Engine 522, go ahead.
something here. Give me one moment.
Go ahead. Central, can you show Engine 522 out of service and dispatch a cover unit?
Give me one moment here, guys. I want to show you a couple photos, but I need a second to pull the photos up on the screen. Thanks for your patience.
We're still going around the lake. I'm not sure
Okay,
how far we're going.
so these are from Reuters. These photos from this article you can see right here. Two firefighters killed in Idaho shooting gunman still active. So that is the fire. Hold on a second. I messed that up. I believe that is the fire. I don't know what time this was taken. Again, law enforcement is investigating whether this fire was intentionally set to draw in the firefighters. And there is some law enforcement vehicles on the scene there via Reuters.
EMS 53 Central.
Go ahead.
Confirming you're currently at Northern Lake Station 1.
And you can see there certainly some
I'm en route to the backside in Lake for the Delta MBA.
heavy vehicles there.
437, which agency was it? They have a lot of calls on screen.
Give me one moment.
Sure, it's just a fire.
EMS 81, Engine 61 for Bravo 6, 7834 West Pine Street, Ops 2. EMS 81, Engine 61 for Bravo 6, 7834 West Pine Street, Ops 2.
When I don't know where you're going to see which call they're talking about.
Copy, what calls are north of here?
Give me one more second here.
I'll see you checking those.
I have a couple more pictures of the fire, by the way, that I can show you. Let me show you a couple more pictures of that fire. I'm going to pull them up for you right now. I just need a moment.
Looks like they're westbound on Bogle Mountain.
What was that street name?
Bogle? They're heading down Bogle westbound.
Copy.
Okay, this is from AP, these photos.
61, it's cleared to exit for law enforcement on scene on arrival.
2 killed in sniper ambush as Idaho firefighters come under siege from rifle fire. And here are some photos showing I guess that's the fire. See that right there? That is from AP. And they have another one here. And then here's another one. Now, certainly, I mean, well, you know, if they believe the fire were intentionally set, they're certainly looking into it. That would give you a location of where people were when they set it. Hang on a moment. There's a helicopter flying around the area, a sheriff's helicopter on adsbexchange.com. The sheriff said today, the Kootenai County sheriff said, Shed, I'm hoping that somebody has a clear shot and is able to neutralize, because they're not at this point in time showing any evidence of wanting to surrender.
Any chance there's a law enforcement unit kind of cruising the backside of Hayden Lake for me?
Oh.
524. We have ISP right behind us.
Hey guys, a couple things. I have the alert.
Directed in. Kill 6 Rob on scene. There's a motorcyclist down in the middle of the road.
Copy. Central copies. It looks like I also have a couple county units headed that way.
Look at this here.
Central Medic 53. I have one single male rider down the road blocking the intersection. Unknown injuries at this time. This will be Hayden Lake Command. Got multiple individuals on various levels of bikes.
So
I got down seeing 2 vehicles in the middle of the roadway blocking. Hayden Lake Command established.
You're hearing about a car accident, it sounds like, on the scanner now. But that scanner is not just about this search. It's the Kootenai County Fire and EMS scanner. So my assumption is that that's not related to this. You're just hearing the scanner for the county. The fire scanner for the county. So you're going to hear unrelated things.
On the call. He's Hayden Lake Road and Rhapsody Lane.
34 is at the hospital with a 2nd Street call. Yeah, I'm coming from the marina.
Copy.
So let me show you this.
Control, need a case number for property damage crash.
This is Kootenai County Emergency Management. I think it's Kootenai, right? I got to look this up.
Case will be 1304 1304.
Copy. Make an injury. He's being transported.
Copy.
Control for this one. I found a car with my truck. It's Timberlake. Central, I did make some contact yellow.
Copy yellow.
It's Kootenai. So they said we want to remind everyone to please stay away
87 Montana.
from the Canfield Mountain area
1827.
due to an active incident and wildfire. Law enforcement and emergency crews are on scene. Your cooperation is critical for your safety and to allow responders to do their jobs without interference. Thank you for your cooperation. Also, they said here in their press release from earlier, at approximately 1:30, Kootenai County Fire responded to a wildfire burning at Canfield Mountain. At approximately 2 p.m., shots were fired on Canfield Mountain. Kootenai County Sheriff's Office and other law enforcement responded. They don't really give much detail here. But they say, please avoid the area. And they also said that the next scheduled briefing is 9:30 local time, 12:30 a.m. Eastern time, which is about 3 hours from now. Now, there could be a briefing before if they have urgent information, but the next scheduled press conference is at 9:30 local time, 12:30 Eastern time.
Control for this one. We're turning on the Pine Street route.
I think I might want to play some of the scanner replay again, because we there's a bunch of it we did not go. There's a bunch of it we did not go. We did not listen to.
And we'll be on scene. I think we're 7858 Pine Street.
Okay.
Oh, one of our viewers said CNN reported there was a union post about something. Let me see if I can find that.
Central for EMS 91.
Okay, yes. Here's an update. CNN reports that the International Association of Firefighters said a firefighter is still in surgery. I will show you this. Okay, let me show you this from the International Association of Firefighters, which is a labor union for firefighters. I'm going to show you what they posted. Let me just look them up. According to Wikipedia, they have more than 300,000 members, the IAFF, a labor union representing full-time firefighters and EMS personnel in the U.S. and Canada.
Weston Alexander, Adam Lincoln Edward, X-Ray, Adam Nora, David Edward Roberts versus Sterling, Sam Tom Edward, Robert Lincoln, Ida Nora, George, Will H. Houston.
Here's what they said.
Date of birth.
Hang on.
061.
I don't need to hear that right now. While responding to a fire earlier today in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, IAFF members were ambushed in a heinous act of violence. 2 of our brothers were killed by a sniper, and a 3rd brother remains in surgery. Please keep them, their families, and law enforcement in your prayers. Now I don't know. I mean, scanner traffic suggested, even the scanner traffic we heard suggested there were at least 4 people shot total, and authorities said there are more than 2 killed who were shot. We don't have an exact number yet. So this information might just be about the most seriously injured or killed people. I don't know. I would be pretty surprised if that's the only people who are hit. I would be pleasantly surprised if we only have, because that would be about a minimum right now. I mean, the minimum number of injured would be 1. So unfortunately, I think it's more than 1 injured from what we've been hearing. But what this International Association of Firefighters said, which is a big labor union, they say that 2 are dead and a 3rd brother remains in surgery. So I'll let you know when we have more, but thanks for the heads up about that. Oops, hold on. There's another helicopter here. Look that one up.
Control, I'm clearing AT. Route 80 here, some sort of medical.
82.
I do not know the nature of that other helicopter there. I am looking it up. This owned by Corpat Inc., it says. Anyways, so maybe it's a law enforcement helicopter. I do not know. The pictures I've seen online of it do not specify what it is. This is a sheriff's department helicopter right there. Okay, so
44.
Unit 2, Charles 2681, 1 King, Washington.
Hang on one moment.
61, patient contact Halo.
Copy yellow.
Sorry, just trying to get you more updates here. I need to check a few things. Bear with me while I check a couple of things. There are a lot of messages coming in. I'm just trying to check everything. We do have the live scanner on. We're just not hearing much right now from the live scanner. Yeah, again, hold on a second here. Thanks everybody who's been sending in messages and updates and letting me know what you're hearing. I do appreciate that. I've been just trying when I have a chance to go. I'm getting a lot of messages, so I'm trying to go through some of this stuff.
Can I try this late one thing? David King Nora, 887 Montana.
You can see here, by the way, on ADSB Exchange, you can see this is Coeur d'Alene here, the city. And this is this
And that would be Unit 1. Apparently this is a
mountain trail, Canfield Mountain Trail area, popular, I guess, a hiking area, outdoors area. And you can see where the helicopter is searching around there.
424 634. Good. Are you still coming up here?
And then it's also interesting, one of our viewers mentioned,
Copy that. Ford F-150 that's up there is Unit 2. Control 65, driver for Unit 2.
one of our viewers,
Central, Medic 53. 64. Class the bolster, Boyle,
53, go ahead.
Sam, Tom, Edward, Robert, this is Kevin.
Medic 53 will be transporting one to Kootenai Health.
0529.
Also, engine 524 will be also going to Kootenai Health to retrieve personnel.
Is this Unit 1 or Unit 2 driver?
one of our viewers, unexploded ordnance guy, mentioned that if you go to the NASA FIRM site, which is a satellite fire detection site, they do show a fire detection in the area, which from what I can tell is right around where the helicopter is flying around. You can see there's Coeur d'Alene there, and then you can see right there the satellite fire detection in recent hours. That's on the FIRM's site. So thanks to Unexploded Ordnance Guy for mentioning that. There is, I think, can we do a satellite thing there?
Okay, Valley, fire engine 4 and engine 3 from Central. You've been cleared and you can return. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, the helicopter is flying around here. And there's the NASA firms site there. So, I mean, it looks like roughly the same area. I can't speak to exactly the same area, but,
Could you repeat that last?
you know.
The Valley Engine 4 and Valley Engine 3 can return to Spokane Valley. The other two are
Control 6 for update location.
being requested to stay for now.
Good. Thank you. Upper Hayden Lake Road and Rhapsody.
All right. I think I might want to listen to a little more of that.
East and or South Hayden Lake Road, about the upper one.
Hang on. I might want to play some more of the scanner replay because we still have some of that we haven't even listened to. NBC News has an update I want to mention. NBC News is reporting that officials, local fire officials, say that the fire was intentionally set. And a federal official, according to NBC News, also says preliminary indications are that this was an ambush-style attack. Now, you could have an ambush without an intentionally set fire, but we heard on the scanner one of the firefighters say he thought it was intentionally set to draw in law enforcement, to draw in the firefighters. But this search is ongoing.
Central AMR 121 is AOS available at 2D Medical.
Copy.
And as of right now, the next press conference is in about 3 hours. We'll see if that changes. Okay. Now, sorry, I have a couple different live scanners on for you. By the way, thank you so much to our moderators. I really appreciate it. Beth Mythical and Janet B are there. Thank you so much. And also we have, over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body. And Margaret Riley. I think we have someone else moderating. Christina Neal. Shannon Davis Hughes, thank you so much. Give me 1 second here. Thank you also to our Twitch moderators, which like Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Surly Devin, Tariag. Thank you. And our Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderating for us on X. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put a little more of the replay of the scanner on that we haven't listened to yet. Some of the replay of the scanner from earlier that we have not listened to. And we'll check out a little bit of that. to see if we get anything else that, interesting. I mean, I'm sure there'll be interesting things on it, but I'm not going to play the whole thing again right now, but let's check some of the part that we haven't heard yet. So I'm going to put on, and I'm going to leave the live scanner on. So you'll still be able to hear the live scanner. We're just not hearing much on the live scanner. So I'm going to throw this up there. And let's just listen to a little more of the replay from earlier.
Hey, we're back on my flight. We need to get to the Coeur d'Alene fire guys that are down.
So what that was, that's the voice you just heard was, I think, the original person, the firefighter who called in the fire, and he said, we need to get to those Coeur d'Alene firefighter guys that are down.
That's with Spokane. I'll double check with my partner on that. My flight's been contacted, told to stand by this time. Do you want them watched?
Affirm.
Copy. Also, BC5 is requesting at least 5 ambulances on standby. Can you confirm?
Yeah, if we can actually get 6, that would be beneficial. And if we need to pull from Spokane or Shoshone.
Copy, Medic 13. Can you move to Alpha 1?
Central UMS 61's en route to the Wildland Fire. 513 engine 12 miles 1. We're headed to full light. Do you want to get one? Central 107. I'm moving staging up to Nettleton and Maple Leaf. Start engines from Valley, and you can pull ambulances from Spokane too if we need to.
Is down. So go ahead, Singles. Can you copy the cost?
Nettleton and Maple Leaf.
Copy.
Go ahead.
Negative. We have Chief 107.
Copy, thanks.
Getting her to be.
Copy.
I'm going to keep going with the replay of the scanner, but before I do that, in case I'm not going to replay the whole thing again, but I want to replay the moment where firefighters first reported that they were taking fire, if I can do that. I think I have it right here. Again, this is a replay of the scanner. I think it's right here. Let me just make sure. Let's see.
Central BC 5,
Right
Central BC 5.
BC 5 off 6.
Some law enforcement right now, there's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC 3's down, BC 1's down. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here.
That's the first report on the scanner from earlier of when the shooting was being reported.
551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way. 10 or 14. Engine push 551. Do not come up here. 551 copies. Remaining staging. Central from 551. Can you get an ETA on my flight, please? You're busy. See what my flight has to offer. Go ahead and get it started.
Strike 1, I'm sorry, I couldn't copy. I was copying.
Is at the upper parking lot. Is that upper parking lot? Up on the dirt parking lot. We need law enforcement up here immediately. Law enforcement up here immediately.
Copy, upper parking lot. Immediately out, law enforcement.
Central, we've got another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. Needs help immediately. We need law enforcement immediately.
I copy another firefighter down. Continuing law enforcement.
All right, so that was the original call. And we listened to that, and we listened to some of the scanner after that. And there's some of the scanner about maybe 20 minutes after that we haven't listened to, and I want to play a little bit of that. Let me just pull it up on the screen here. Let me just pull it up here so I can play it for you. Hang on a moment here. So that's going to be this one. Okay, so let's check out some of the scanner a little bit ahead of that.
Copy.
Scanner
Also,
replay.
BC5 is requesting at least 5 ambulances on standby. Can you confirm?
Yeah, if we can actually get 6, that would be beneficial. And if we need to pull from Spokane or Shoshone.
Copy, Medic 13. Can you move to Alpha 1?
Central UMS 61's en route to the Wildland Fire. 513
Engine 12 on one. It's a full line. You want to get one? Central 107. I'm moving staging up to Nettleton and Maple Leaf. Start engines from Valley, and you can pull ambulances from Spokane too.
Is down. Further ahead. Twin Gulch, can you copy the cross? Is down. Further ahead. Twin Gulch, can you copy the cross? Medic 1 Central, off 1. Spokane Fire has been advised for requesting all of their available medic units to head this way. Also, Leslie is being washed. Do you have a system here you want them to try and land?
Yeah, for the time being, if they can just hover around the Kootenai Health area until we can get this sorted out. We'll work on getting a LZ set up probably somewhere along 15th Street, I would imagine, at some point.
I copy. However, Kootenai Health, I will advise them.
Also, how many did you get? Central Medical Group. Did Lifeline have available?
I'll check for that.
We have an update on law enforcement getting up to this upper parking lot.
I'm still working on the update.
Central asked law enforcement if they have a drone over the lower part or over the upper parking lot. I see a drone directly overhead. Is that law enforcement or is it shooter?
BC5, that is a drone for law enforcement. That is not the active shooter. That is a drone for law enforcement.
That was I sounded like the battalion commander was calling in and saying, I see a drone up there. Is that law enforcement or is that the shooter's drone? And then they said it was the drone from the law enforcement. Again, this is from early on in the shooting. This is about maybe 25 minutes after the shooting.
Yeah, they're directly over me. Can law enforcement get up here so we can get to evacuate the Coeur d'Alene fire guys?
I copy. Medic 1 Central.
Go ahead.
Can you confirm which ambulances are at the staging area with you?
I'm working on that. Give me about 2 minutes and I'll get that for you.
Copy, thank you.
Central from DC5, if you get with law enforcement, there could be some tactical vests, some RCF vests, and one of the fire units down there. They can bring it up here. I can help evacuate out. We've got at least one Coeur d'Alene fire that's wounded that needs out immediately, and I'm not sure about the other one.
I copy, requesting tactical vests to help get them out. One wounded that needs help immediately.
We feel better if a deputy can come up here too and at least park in front of the Coeur d'Alene unit because there's somebody there that we really need to help.
I copy. I'm relaying it over to
Central Medic 11.
Medic 11.
Medic 11 is clearing the hospital. We're staging it for Dennis.
By the way, I'm skipping over. Some of you heard this before. There is sorry. There was one person talking to the scanner on the scanner periodically who sounded like they had been shot, and I am not playing that person's voice when we go through it.
Clear do you need for additional, or would you return to the hospital with them?
That's the live scanner. I also have the live scanner on. The live scanner is pretty quiet, but I also have the live scanner on in case anything big happens. I don't think we're going to hear that much in the live scanner, but I have it on. But I'm not playing you on the replay the voice of the person who said they had been shot. And I think at some point they said they couldn't move anything. It was just terrible. So we're skipping over that voice. And again, this right now, we're at about the replay here. We're playing some of the replay of the scanner, and we're about 25 minutes after the shooting. And I am periodically checking. Let me just do a quick check. I'm also checking for other updates too. So let me do a quick check and see if I have anything new. But this is a popular hiking location, which I believe was said in the press conference. CNN also said that, a popular hiking location.
Central Engine 14. Engine 14. So, Engine 14 available. Engine 14 available.
And this very well may have been intentionally set, this fire. to attack the firefighters, which is just horrific. Let me just do a couple more checks here. To see if I have any other new updates. You can write to me at Lookner on X. I'm just checking to see if I see anything new. I haven't seen anything new. There are some unconfirmed reporting floating around online, and I'm not going to repeat stuff I see. That's somebody online says, well, somebody said this, and that's not. It could be true, it could be false. So I'm not going to pass along that kind of stuff. Last we heard from law enforcement, they were still the press conference that was like 2.5 hours ago, I think now. 2 hours ago, they said they were still taking fire. Police were taking fire from the suspect or suspects.
61 back at Lancaster 95 staged. 61 staged Lancaster 95.
How long until sunset? I would have to look that up. Some of you have probably looked it up already. It is 8:49 p.m. sunset, which would be in about 2 hours because they are on Pacific time. So it is 6:55 right now. Sunset is at 8:49. And we don't know if it's one or more shooters. All right, let me hit
Control 404 vehicle maintenance, Maverick on Golden Avenue, Corwin.
One moment.
Central 521, locate Central. 521. We've been relieved of Corwin Station 2. We're back in District at Station 1. Copy 521, back at Station 1.
Let me play a bit more of the replay of the scanner. Oh, I'm sorry. So the last couple minutes, we've been listening to the live scanner. We have not been listening to the replay. I just forgot to take the sign off. But we have the live scanner on. We're just not hearing much. But let me now play a little more of the live scanner from the aftermath of the shooting. I think the scanner now, we're at about maybe roughly a half hour after the shooting was first called in. So let me throw some more of the live scanner up or play it and so you guys can hear it via broadcastify.com.
Go ahead, Central.
We're actively working on the Bearcat getting up to you safely. We have units in the area trying to get to you.
So the firefighters were calling in for help, and you could hear right there, they said they were actively working on a Bearcat to get up there safely. Now, when we last heard from the only press conference that happened about 2.5 hours ago, it wasn't specifically answered, but it sounded like at least some of the victims were still up there because law enforcement was getting shot at.
Copy that. We really need to get the Coeur d'Alene guys. There's one confirmed wounded, and he's about 40 feet from me. I think if we can get a unit up there, we can block and at least drag him and get him down to the ambulance. I'm not positive about the other two in the DC-3 rig.
Unbelievable. Awful.
Responsive.
I copy 2, completely unresponsive, 1 needing active medical attention. The Bearcat is getting in as quickly as they can.
I really don't care if it's a Bearcat or a Ford Pinto, but somebody really needs to get up here and get us some help.
Central 31 is clear. We'll be responding to that open.
Copy, with Medic 31, can you go to Ops 1?
Central 107.
Chief 107.
I'm going to take command. I'm at Maple Leaf and Middleton Gulch. I'll have you keep with contact with BC5. We've got unit staging, and we're ready once the law enforcement gets up there.
Copy, can you confirm if you have 5 to 6 ambulances?
Currently, I've got 4 ambulances.
Copy, I know EMS 61 and EMS 81 are now, either of them on scene.
And I've got 13, 52, 32, and 51.
I copy. EMS 61 is not, correction, EMS 81 is not out there to a different call. Thank you.
I hope something
11 en route as well. Central, you can show 11 en route as well.
Sorry. We may have just heard a couple words. I'm trying to avoid playing anything.
Child in the backseat hanging out of the car.
That's live scanner.
92 to Camry 10, Idaho plate, King, Adam 448.
That's live. What you just heard is live. I'm doing my best to avoid playing on the replay of the scanner the voice of the person who had been shot, who was periodically speaking on the replay. So again, I have most of what you're hearing right now is replay because I'm playing that, but I also have the live on. So if there's anything big on the live scanner, I'll let you know, but it's been pretty quiet. Now I'll press play on the replay.
Engine 3 engineer, go ahead. Do you have traffic for Central?
Central Chief 903. I'm on scene at Community Health for Med Patrol.
Chief 107, engine 15. 107. If you can, send me 2 ambulances, and I want them to stop and turn around just prior to the lower parking lot. Copy. I'm sending you 52 and Medic 13. They're going to stop and turn around at the lower parking lot. Correction. The turn before the lower parking lot. Copy. Confirming.
Break from Central, there's more shots being fired.
Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting because I hadn't listened to this part of the replay before. This is about, that's live right there. We just heard on the replay. Man, that we just heard on the replay more shots fired, and that was about a half an hour after the initial report of shots fired. This broadcast is live, but again, I literally have it on it literally says on the screen right now, playing now replay of scanner traffic. So I hope there's no confusion. There shouldn't be any confusion about it. But when there's something live, I'll tell you that the live scanner is saying it, but otherwise it's replay. But I'll play that again, but it's not surprising to hear this on the scanner because police said in the press conference they're still taking fire from the suspects. But it's quite striking there to hear. I mean, that's about a half hour in after the first shooting reported, and they just said more shots fired. So let me. I'll just play that little bit again and go forward.
Copy. Confirming.
Break from Central, there's more shots being fired. Break from Central, there are more shots being fired per law enforcement on scene.
Wow.
Command, go ahead.
To notify Community Health of the situation, let them know we may be having multiple patients transferred to them.
Okay.
Central 504 on 2.
504?
504 can be responding to the staging area to tie in with 1.
Copy that. Chief 504 Central, just info the Chief 107 is going to be on Ops 1.
Thank you. Command, Medic 11, for stage. Copy, Medic 11, I want you to turn on to Maple Leaf, get in line behind Medic 61. 11 copies.
Medic 51, command. 51 says to the lower parking lot with 13. I'm bringing him down to the lower parking lot. Rendezvous with the ambulance.
Copy 1 firefighter to shot being brought to the lower parking lot.
Oh, hear that?
Copy 1 firefighter to shot being brought to the lower parking lot. Firefighter to shot is being taken to the lower parking lot.
So at that point on the scanner, they said they were taking at least one of the firefighters away. There.
422 control status check.
Copy, I've got ambulances on their way there. Go for them.
Code 41903.
31, copy that traffic.
He's also code 4.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to pause the replay for a second and see if I get any more live updates for you. The next press conference is not for another 2.5 hours. We'll see. Maybe they'll do it sooner. But as far as we know, they are still looking for the suspects. That helicopter, that sheriff's helicopter, is still flying around on ADSB exchange. Hold on a moment here. What is this? Hold on.
Central, can you show 524 out of duty? Copy 524 at station. Is that correct? Copy 524 at Cooney.
To repeat, in the last press conference, it was confirmed that 2 firefighters had been killed and an unspecified number of firefighters shot. The number of other firefighters shot was not specified in the press conference. We did hear from a large firefighter union, the IAFF. They said that 2 firefighters were killed and a third remains in surgery. That was the IAFF who said 2 were killed and a third remains in surgery. As to how many total were shot, we just don't know. I've seen numbers being thrown around online, but they're just unconfirmed. So we don't know that right now. There is no reporting that any suspects are in custody that I have seen. But you can see that sheriff's helicopter still flying around. That it's a popular hiking area, Canfield Mountain area near Coeur d'Alene in northern Idaho. Why someone do this, I cannot tell you. Who is the person or people who did this? What were they thinking? I have no idea. We just don't know. I do have a couple live scanners on right now. We're not hearing much on them.
Thank you.
So I've periodically been playing you some of the replay of the scanner traffic so we could catch up and hear that.
Medic 34, engine 521, Bravo Trauma, 9711 North Ptarmigan Drive, Ops 2. Medic 34, engine 521, Bravo Trauma, 9711 North Ptarmigan, Ops 2.
Yeah, some people have been messaging me when they have different theories about what the motive could be. I can't really speak to that. I don't have any kind of leads on that. So I don't want to start, to me, I just have no idea. So I'm not going to, I'll leave it to you to theorize about it.
Central from 524. Engine 524. You can show 524 clear. Returning to Hayden. Engine 524 clear.
All right, let's so right now the current local time is 7:10 p.m. So the shooting was first reported about 5 hours ago. Shooting was reported about 40 minutes after 40 minutes after the fire was reported. And the shooting was reported about 5 hours ago. Let's check out a bit more of the replay of the scanner, because we have certainly not listened to all of that. There's a bunch that we have not listened to. So I do want to check and see if I can get any updates, or what we hear on that. All right, here's a bit more from the scanner replay. Oh wait, that's a lot. I want to make sure we don't.
Central, EMS 81 to the hospital.
That's live.
EMS 81 to Goodies.
Let's hear a little more of the scanner replay.
Command Central.
You want copies, Simon?
Command Central.
Central from medical group, I believe, commands on Ops 3.
Copy, just an advisory. Lifelight has been launched. There's 3 units, 10, 20, and 30-minute ETAs to North Park on 15.
Copy, thank you. And if you can contact law enforcement, see if they've got anybody that can help set up an LZ, that would be appreciated.
Paper.
Medic 13 from engine 15. Medic 51 is going to take that patient. I need you to continue up to the next tender in the road afterwards.
Break 10 Central, additional shots fired.
Continue up the road to the tender.
Hear that? So that was another on the replay. This replay right now is about 30 to 35 minutes into the incident. About 30 to 35 minutes into the incident, and they're saying shots fired again on the replay of the scanner. I'll play that again for you.
Break 10 Central, additional shots fired.
Continue up the road to the tender. So, command, I'm sending IDL over to Ozark to set up landing zone.
Copy, IDL to Ozark.
SO radio.
BC5.
Can you please call down to, I don't care whichever medic unit is closest. I need one paramedic with their full ALS gear. I'm going to come down in an SO rig with another bystander, and I need to grab a medic and take him up to start treating a patient.
Wow. It's a difficult video, a difficult audio to hear.
have them ready to go when they see me. I'm backing down now in law enforcement ranks.
Medic zone requesting one medic in gear. He's en route in a SO vehicle. One patient on board.
13 copies traffic. Central 107. I've got 551 heading up to take that assignment.
Copy 551.
51 from medical group. One medical group on Ops 1.
Med group 901 on Ops 1. We have Chief 903 at the hospital. Which one of you is closest to the hospital?
That's live right there.
We're up on 54 at Milepost 5.
That's live, Scanner.
Copy, grade 64 for
Didn't hear much. We might hear something on the live scanner. You never know, especially maybe if they find the people.
Copy. 674 is requesting myself and at least one other person. We're going to do a procession from the hospital to Spokane for the 2 fallen firefighters.
Wow. Did you hear that?
US 91. US 91. 1954.
954.
Had it where we fired for a minute.
1914.
They're talking on the live
Control.
scanner
588 will be clear from here and en route to the hospital. This is
about doing a procession to Spokane for the 2 fallen firefighters. They just said that on the live scanner. That's what they were just talking about. That's the Idaho State Police live scanner.
546.
just entered Cooney County. Is there a place I need to stage or a point of contact I need to get a hold of?
Can you landline dispatch?
Anyway, so they just said that. So I sounded like they were doing a procession to Spokane. Now, I don't have names of the firefighters. I know that in the press conference it was said that some of the firefighters shot were city of Coeur d'Alene firefighters. I don't know if all the ones shot were city of Coeur d'Alene firefighters. Just so you get a sense of where this is.
Central from 524. Did you 524?
So.
Can you show 524 out of service for a detail?
It's northern Idaho.
Correction, agent 524 out of service detail.
This is not replay, by the way, scanner. Northern Idaho, close to the Washington border. And it is roughly, looks like about 25 miles or so from the scene of this to Spokane, Washington. I'm not sure why they would have the procession I'm not sure why they would bring them to Spokane. I'm sure there's some good reason, because from what I understand, they're Idaho firefighters, but maybe they have to, that's where they have to bring for whatever reason, that's where they have to bring the bodies of the firefighters first. I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm periodically checking for new updates here. Oh, I just saw something new. Hang on a moment here. Hey guys, no fly zone on Canfield Mountain. No fly zone on Canfield Mountain. Let me show you something about that in a second. This is from the sheriff of Kootenai County. Due to the ongoing incident on Canfield Mountain, the area has been designated a no-fly zone, including a strict prohibition on drone use. Unauthorized aircraft or drones in the area pose a serious risk to firefighting and law enforcement operations. Residents and the public are asked to respect the airspace restrictions until further notice. Thank you for your cooperation in ensuring the safety of our emergency personnel. So I wanted to mention that.
Control
634.
64. Vehicle's been removed, and I'll be en route to the hospital.
Thanks for your
Control 954 clear.
1990.
I am just checking for some more updates here. So we are bringing you live coverage. We are talking about a shooting incident. It is an ongoing incident where about 6 hours ago, around 1:20 local time, there was a fire reported at Canfield Mountain, a popular hiking area in Idaho. And then firefighters went to put out the fire, and about 40 minutes after they were called, someone started shooting at them. One or more people were shooting at them with high-powered rifles. 2 firefighters are dead, and according to a major firefighter union, at least one is still in surgery. Multiple firefighters have been shot. We don't know an exact number of those injured yet. We don't know the number of shooters. We don't know their motive, and they are not in custody. And they, as from what we last heard from law enforcement, they were still firing at law enforcement. So we are bringing you live coverage of this here. We're going to keep having updates for you. The next scheduled press conference is not until 12:30 Eastern. Maybe there'll be one before that, but the next scheduled press conference is 12:30 Eastern. 12:30 a.m. Eastern.
Show Engine 14 out of service on detail. Engine 14 out of service on detail.
That is a Spokane County Sheriff's Office helicopter. Did that replace the other one? No, there's 2. There are 2 Spokane County Sheriff's helicopters. Oh, no, it looks like this one maybe left the scene. So this is a Spokane County Sheriff's helicopter here on ADSB Exchange. It flew around a bunch. You can see in this area here. And then it went back. I think it went back. I don't know if it went back. It looks like it's leaving the area maybe. But now there's another one, another Spokane. Yeah, it looks like it took off from maybe this. Well, is that an airfield? I don't know. Or maybe there's a police department there where they can land. I'm not sure. Anyways, it certainly looks like that. This is the next replacement one. And that's the area there. Those are the 2 and then there's another helicopter here. That is a life flight helicopter, is now coming into the area. Now I wonder if so that's Spokane here, first of all. So I wonder if the life flight helicopter are they picking somebody up from here? Or are they going to pick somebody up from Spokane area who's already been, I mean, it might be unrelated, but it might be related. So there is a life flight helicopter on its way into the area, it looks like. Those are the 3 I see on ADSB Exchange. That certainly does not look related. That doesn't look related. That does not look related. Anyways, those are the 3 I'm seeing. One of our viewers, Eth, thinks that is the staging location for the helicopters. Perhaps it is. But you now have one or more people on the loose who have shot and killed multiple firefighters, and law enforcement is looking into, and there are some reports suggesting that this actually is true. Law enforcement is looking into whether this was an intentionally set fire to draw in the firefighters. Certainly on the scanner, one of the firefighters said that he believed this was an intentionally set fire to draw in these law enforcement forces, the firefighters to the area where they were then shot at. It's really just horrendous. Oh, by the way, Derek Ellis sent me something. Hunter Bertram with KXLY in Spokane said that Kootenai Health confirmed that 3 patients from Canfield Mountain ambush were brought to the hospital this afternoon. 2 died before they arrived. 1 is being treated for their injuries. That was 28 minutes ago. That is from Hunter Bertram from 4 News Now KXLY in Spokane, Washington. Thanks, Derek, for mentioning that. I don't have an exact number of firefighters who have been shot total. There are unconfirmed numbers floating around online, but I have not seen anything reliable. And in the previous press conference, they did not give an exact number. By the way, this is unrelated.
Everybody should follow Rescue 3 and change directions.
That's a live scanner right there.
Units control, you can move back over to control 2.
I just saw this. Olya Scootercaster reports that 2 people were shot outside of the historic Stonewall Inn in NYC as Pride Parade celebrations ended. She says 1 person is in critical condition. I have no information that is some sort of targeted attack at the moment. It may be people who got into some dispute or something. So, but again, that's from Olya Scootercaster, who says 2 people were shot outside of the historic Stonewall Inn in NYC as Pride Parade celebrations ended. So I'll keep an eye on that story as well. I have played the first call for the fire numerous times, probably 3 times on the broadcast. Maybe we'll play it again a little later. I don't want to just keep playing it over and over and over again, but we'll probably play it again in a little bit for the people who haven't heard it. But we did play it. What I've been trying to do also is go through some of the replay of the scanner a little later on to see if we got any more information. Sometimes you pick up stuff from the scanner replay, which is why I've been replaying it. I think I'm going to play a bit more of the scanner replay right now and just see what we hear. I think we got up to about a half hour after the shooting was reported. So we'll play a bit more of it. We'll see what we hear. And I'll keep looking out. I have the live scanners on as well. We're really not hearing much from there. And but certainly we'll keep looking for updates and keep you posted. So here's a little more of the scanner replay. Again, this is about right now, about half an hour after the shooting was reported.
I was going to work on getting them updated once I get the patient update from 51. All transport units from medical group, we're going to be operating, my group's going to operate off 1.
Traffic will go through Ops 1.
Command Medic 51 is transporting one. One from medical. Command Medic 51 is transporting one. 51 from medical group. Go ahead for 51.
Medical was after Central.
51 from medical group on Ops 3. Go ahead. Do you have a quick patient update I can relay to County Health? Stand by.
Medical Command Central. Law enforcement requesting a roll call.
2 gunshot wounds to the chest, no exit wounds. Alert and oriented, times 4.
Wow. So I hadn't heard that before. That sounds like it was an update about one of the patients right there. I had not heard that before. I may be wrong. Maybe it's about multiple patients. It seemed like it was about one of them.
2 gunshot wounds to the chest, no exit wounds. Alert and oriented, times 4.
Terrible.
DC 5.
DC 5.
Command medical group.
Units from Central. Law enforcement requesting we do a roll call to ensure that everyone's accounted for.
Central medical group. Ops 1.
Medical group.
I've got ambulance 61, medic 32, medic 52, medic 11 in staging. 51's transporting to County Health, and 52, I believe, is up. Correction, medic 13 is going to be retrieving another patient.
Copy, thank you. Medical group Central. Wi-Fi is landing at the church now. It says ambulance needs transport there, they're available.
Copy. How many birds have landed so far? Just one?
Just one. The next one should be about 10 minutes out from that one. And the third, 10 from that.
Just have them stand by for the time being. Central.
Command, go ahead.
And the same BC 31 is staging.
Copy. BC 31 is staging.
Maybe a helicopter or something.
Or line unit, go ahead. I can't copy your traffic, it's muffled. BC 5 Central, did you have traffic on?
Is that a service?
Copy 101 understood.
Negative, I got that. The medic delivered up to the scene. I'm getting out in an FO rig.
Hi, copy. Hey, sir, thank you.
Command on off 1. Command on off 6. Be advised, County Health's got 4 bays open reserve. They can take 4 traumas. I've also got lifeline on the ground. Chief 107, engine 15. And go ahead. Can you send me 2 more ambulances up the road? They're going to encounter tender 12. I want them to park there and wait for my instruction. Copy all. What? You know. Chief 107, engine 15. There's 3 pedestrians that came down from the upper parking lot who are walking down the road. They have 1 dog. Again, 3 pedestrians, 1 dog, who could use a ride back to the command post. They need to stay there for law enforcement. Agent 15, command, what area are they in again? They're walking down Nettleton Gulch. They'll continue walking if no ride shows up. Copy, I've got 901 going to pick them up. Engine 15 copies.
Medical command from EMS 91. We are en route to the staging. We're 15-minute ETA.
All right, so that's some more of the replay of the scanner traffic. And let me just write this down. I do want to just play. That's live. I do want to play just briefly for those who didn't hear it what the initial call was.
Service en route to
the initial call about the shooting. in case you haven't heard it. It's pretty, it's terrifying, and it's not that long, so I'm just going to put that up there. If you give me a second, let me just find it here. I have to find exactly where it is. Is this where it was, right here? Now, why can't I hear that? Oops.
Everybody shot up here.
All right. So this is a replay of when the firefighters first reported the shooting right here. This is a replay of that.
Central BC 5, Central BC 5. BC 5 up 6. Send law enforcement right now. There's an active shooter zone. They're shot. BC 3's down. BC 1's down. Everybody shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here. Oh, 551, 10 or 14 up here. Stop. Get out of the way. 10 or 14. Engine push 551. Do not come up here.
551 copies. Remaining staging. Central from 551.
551.
Can you get an ETA on my flight, please? Central Medic 1.
Medic 1.
You're busy. You see what Life Flight has to offer. Go ahead and get started. I'll be 100 pages.
Is at the upper parking lot. Is at upper parking lot. Up on the dirt parking lot. We need law enforcement up here immediately. Law enforcement up here immediately.
Copy, upper parking lot. Immediately out, law enforcement.
Central, we've got another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. Needs help immediately. We need law enforcement immediately.
I copy, another firefighter down. Continuing law enforcement.
All right. So that was a replay of when they first called in the shooting there. But really terrible. They went up there to fight the fire, and one or more people just started shooting at them. And the search continues for these people. At least 2 dead. Well, 2 dead. We know of 2 dead, 2 firefighters dead, and one reportedly in surgery, and possibly a number of others, but we don't have an exact number. Very little currently on the live scanner. One of our viewers said the chopper is scanning the woods. That is a Spokane Sheriff's Office helicopter. That's on adsbexchange.com, flying around there. Thank you so much to our moderators, Beth Mythical, and she is moderating over there. Roberts May Queen, Janet B over there on YouTube. Thank you. Bastion Girl, David Green, 46. Good luck, Duck, Idaho Star. I got that fire. Matthew Coe, High 3. McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev, thank you. Over there on Facebook moderating. Kay Lowry Body has been there. Shannon Davis Hughes. Paul Anderson. Christina Neal, Margaret Riley. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And thanks to people for your support of the channel. Usually I would be kind of naming people by name periodically, but because of the nature of the stream, I'm going to continue focusing on the breaking news. I hope that's understandable, but I do very much appreciate you supporting the channel. So we'll see if we get anything new before the scheduled press conference, which is in a little less than 2 hours. Seems, I mean, in the absence of, I'm just assuming in the absence of anything else, I'm just assuming that the manhunt is going on. And I mean, you're looking at let me just show you this area we're talking about here on Google Maps. But I mean, this is the shooting, roughly speaking in this area here. But I mean, if you just look on Google Maps, there's a lot of trees and mountain area, you know. Look, there's like a side view there, you know, but it's a wilderness area, or, you know.
US 53 Central Upstream.
So yeah, I don't know if the people went up into the mountains or hills, but there is a lot of green going to the east. That's a national forest. There's Coeur d'Alene National Forest here. These are national forests up here, Idaho Panhandle National Forests. So you can imagine it being a difficult search area. But it's not like they don't have anywhere. It's not like they're boxed in the sense of there's a lot of, it's a giant national forest area. There are federal law enforcement there. Local, I'm sure there's state as well.
Medic 53, you have traffic? Copy 53 at Penny Health, covering for Medic 34. Is that correct? Correction, Medic 32.
I'll see if I have any new photos.
Transport. On upstate.
Give me one moment here. Let me just see if I have any new photos for you. That looks like the same, but let me throw this over here. Actually, you can see here from Reuters, 2 firefighters killed in Idaho shooting, at least 1 gunman still active. There's nobody in custody right now that I've heard of. And I'm going to show you these photos here from Reuters. Here are some of the photos. A photo of the fire. And here's some photos that were Reuters took in the area there. Some of the law enforcement vehicles. That says Kootenai County Police. Kootenai County Ambulance. I was trying to show you this too. There you go. Put the flight tracker back up. Reuters says the county sheriff urged people to stay clear of the area around Canfield Mountain, a nature zone popular with hikers near Coeur d'Alene. He said, the sheriff, we are prepared to neutralize the suspect or suspects who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. He said the shooter or shooters were using high-powered sporting rifles to fire rapidly at first responders and were showing no sign of wanting to surrender. He said the shots were coming from multiple directions, a strong indication there were multiple shooters involved, but we don't know that there were multiple shooters involved.
Disregard.
But it may be multiple people. All right, hang on. Is there a new report? Hold on a second. I see nothing from county. The county has not posted anything new that I saw. Hang on.
There you go.
Has the county posted something? I just checked the county
422 control.
page. Hold on. Breaking news. Hey guys, breaking news. Brand new from the county. Look at this. I'm reading it with you. Brand new from the county. This evening, members of the SWAT team located a dead male on Canfield Mountain. A firearm was found. Nearby. Additional info will be provided during the press briefing. The shelter in place is being lifted. It looks like they got the shooter. The shelter in place is being lifted, but there is still an active wildfire. Wow, big breaking news. There is the press release. There it is. They just posted this. I mean, I think some of you had seen it earlier. They just posted it on their Facebook 1 minute ago. Is there anything else there? That's it. That's the press release right there. Wow. Looks like they got him. Let me just post this. So let's read this again. But it looks like they have found the shooter. One person, it's looking like dead. This evening, members of the SWAT team located a deceased male on Canfield Mountain. A firearm was found nearby. Additional information will be provided during the scheduled press briefing in an hour and 45 minutes. At this time, the shelter in place is being lifted. However, there is still an active wildfire on the mountain. Residents in the area are advised to be prepared and ready should further action need to be taken. Follow official sources for the most up-to-date information. So this suggests to me that what this suggests is that I can't imagine they would lift the shelter in place if they thought another shooter was running around. It wouldn't make sense. So the only sense I can make of this is that they think they have everybody in custody. And since they only mention one person, my thought is that they think there was one shooter. I'm not sure, but they mention one person dead with a firearm nearby, and they say we're lifting the shelter in place. Yeah, some of our viewers think he took his own life. That certainly is possible. We don't know that for sure. Hold on a second here. Breaking update. Police say they have found a deceased male on Canfield Mountain with a firearm nearby, and they have lifted the shelter in place order. Wow, guys. So, again, That certainly looks to suggest that they have found the shooter dead. That's what it certainly looks like. Now, maybe he took his own life. Maybe he was shot by law enforcement or somebody else. I don't know. But it says they found him dead. Well, again, so we just don't know if he was shot yet by law enforcement. I mean, the reading of that, when you read that, it kind of sounds like maybe he took his own life. Wow. Big breaking news. Thanks to people in the chat. Some people in the chat had said they had were aware of this report, and I went online and I couldn't find it on their social media, and then it just popped up there when I was checking. So I appreciate the chat mentioning it. Police never said there were multiple shooters. They never said that. Police said there might be. Look, I said this. It still has not been confirmed. This certainly makes it look like there was one shooter, but I said this early in the broadcast. It's very common. I would say it's quite common when shootings happen that are big news to hear reports early on that it might have been multiple shooters, and then often it turns out to be one. I don't know why that is. Maybe, but it regularly happens. So hold on a moment here. I got to put up the time of the next briefing.
Or 749 QP.
Okay, so the next briefing, police will be holding a press briefing.
Sorry, call that 3 Henry.
At 12:30 a.m. ET, 9:30 p.m. PT. So, again, you're looking at it, the latest update. One deceased male found, a weapon nearby, the shelter in place lifted. Everything about this suggests that police believe that they have found the shooter. The briefing is at, I don't need this. I don't even think I need that. I'm going to turn off the scanner. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn off the scanner at this point. I don't expect to hear more on the scanner. So let me turn that off, and I'm going to put on the screen press briefing at 12:30 a.m. ET. Which is in 1 hour and 40 minutes. Is there any chance they do it sooner than that? I don't know. I don't think so, because it literally says their press briefing at 9:30 p.m. local time. So, no. The current time there, because I look in that county, it is 3 hour time difference. It is 7:53 p.m. in Kootenai County, Idaho. I just looked it up. One of our viewers said, how can one shooter account for shots from multiple directions? Well, what sometimes happens is People think sometimes shots are simultaneously coming from multiple directions, and they're actually not. So I remember, for example, when we covered, I think I remember when we covered I don't want to get specific, but there are certainly shootings that we have covered where there were initial reports that there were multiple shooters or shots coming from multiple directions, and it turned out there was one shooter. Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned echoes. So who knows? Why that happens. Also, maybe people when they're being fired at are quite stressed, and it's not they're not necessarily reliable on where these shots are coming from. But I was thinking of Las Vegas. I vaguely remember Las Vegas. I thought some people thought there were multiple shooters in that shooting years ago. Let me see if I can get you any more updates here, by the way, on this. We will be covering the press conference. We will be covering the press briefing, no question. But that is not for an hour and a half, roughly. We'll take some more comments and questions from you guys. But this is certainly good news that they have lifted the shelter in place. The fire is still going on. Now, hopefully, I would assume that now that they have lifted the shelter in place, that they can get more fire resources up there, because previously they had said, the authorities, they're not going to send firefighting resources up there as long as it's an active, dangerous situation. The helicopter is still flying around for whatever it's worth. That is on ADSB exchange. I don't, still doing that. But you can see right there the announcement. Let me see if there's anything more on their page. Hang on a moment here. Give me 2 seconds. This is still the same post is up there. They haven't posted anything after this. So again, big breaking news. A man has been found dead with a firearm nearby. The shelter in place has been lifted in Idaho, and it certainly looks like they have found the person who they think is the shooter. I do wonder if we'll have any more information coming out before the press conference. I mean, it's a little. Look, it's also no, because they already posted this press release, so they're not going to move up the press conference. If they hadn't posted a press release, I would think, well, maybe they'll move the press conference up. But I mean, it literally says it right there on the media release. So I think at this point we just have to wait for the. But let's see what else gets reported on this before. I mean, I'll be on the air until the press conference. So. Yeah, a number of people have been messaging and writing in the chat about Travis Decker. Travis Decker is a man who is being searched for, who for weeks has been searched for. He is from central Washington state, and he is believed to have shot and killed his 3 young daughters. I have not seen any reporting at the moment that the person who did this was Travis Decker. So if I hear anything about it, I'll let you know. But Travis Decker was being looked for in central Washington, although he could have been somewhere else by now. But I've heard nothing so far to suggest this is Travis Decker. If I see something more about it, I will certainly let you know. One of our viewers said, has President Trump released a statement? I'm not aware of it. A bunch of, I'm looking at his Truth Social right now. I haven't seen anything about it. I have shown you statements from people like Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary, Deputy Director of FBI, Dan Bongino, Secretary of Agriculture, I believe, Brooke Rollins, but I have not seen anything from President Trump yet. I'm not aware of it. I'm going to put on the screen coming up press briefing at. Let me actually. Sorry. So people know it is coming up. Oh, my head says sounds like a suicide. Yes, it certainly does sound like that from what they said, but I don't, you never know. When they say the language they use makes it sound like they found him, that he took his own life. But that has not been confirmed yet. So we had heard on the scanner before that there was going to be a procession taking the 2 dead firefighters to Spokane, like a law enforcement procession. So, and I was saying, I don't know why they're going to, I'm not sure why they're going to Spokane. So Mary Sheridan, who is with KXLY, reports that the procession is going to take them to Spokane for their autopsies. That is why they're bringing them to Spokane, Washington for their autopsies. And she reports that a bunch of law enforcement vehicles are outside of the hospital getting ready to do that procession. Michael McCaw says, I hope this isn't another peed off firefighter that did it. I can abbreviate. No idea who this man is who they have found. Is this somebody with a connection to firefighting? Is this somebody who had no connection to firefighting and was targeting firefighters? Is this person have do they have a criminal background? Is this person from the area? Is this person, Did this person post anything on their social media? Do they have any kind of political ideology? Do they have some manifesto about this? We know nothing about it, nothing whatsoever. But it certainly sounds like there's a high suspicion that this was an intentionally set fire by this person. Suze says, so many questions. Let's wait for the press conference. We will be carrying that for you. That's my intention. I'm supposed to have video of it. Yes. We will definitely have the press conference for you, video of it coming up. Just give me one moment here, but we will definitely have that for you. I need to take about 1 minute because I need to take a minute. So I'm going to do that right now and then come back. And we'll get you more updates. Steve will be back in 1 minute. I don't know if I can get this out of the way. Yes, give me 1 minute. I'm going to come right back in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to take off my headphones, my earbuds. And we have about an hour and 20 minutes until this press conference. Again, it certainly appears that police have found, oops, I think I paused for a second. We have about an hour and 20 minutes till this press conference, and it certainly appears that police have found the person they believe is the shooter dead with a weapon nearby. So, and the shelter in place has been lifted. And so we are going to cover it. I'm going to take some comments. We're going to have live coverage for you of this press conference coming up. And let's also just see here. Oh, guys, the helicopter left. Well, how about this? The helicopter left. For the first time in hours, there is no helicopter flying over the scene. You can see it right there on adsbexchange.com. The helicopter, which had flown around, and it replaced another helicopter that had flown around for a while, for hours. It's been hours that there's been a Spokane County helicopter, a sheriff's office helicopter above the scene, and that helicopter has left, and I don't see any other helicopter there. So now it is, well, it's not dark. I don't believe it's even sunset yet there, actually, from when I checked before. So I'm going to update the ticker. I posted on the ticker that they have found somebody, but I'm going to remove a couple things from the ticker that are not really relevant right now. Hold on. Let me put this first. Okay. If people want to watch him, if you want to go and watch him, you can see that. Hold on, I want to mention this. Some of our viewers mentioned this. If people do want to watch him, you can watch the BC Preacher. It looks like one of our viewers said he was looking. He looks like he's looking at some traffic, so maybe he's going to have a shot of the procession of the vehicles. Again, that's the BC Preacher on YouTube. He was the one who very kindly allowed us to use. I bought it from him. I have to send him the money after the stream, but he allowed me to buy use of his footage of the first press conference, which was very kind of him. So you can check out his channel if you want, the BC Preacher on YouTube. He, from one of our viewers said he thought he was going to see the. I haven't been watching it, but he's looking at some traffic, so maybe he's trying to get a shot of the procession. Let me see if I have any more updates for you here. Oh, by the way, Hunter Bertram with this is a local news outlet in Spokane, KXLY News. KXLY News, Hunter Bertrand reports that crews are starting to leave. Police crews are taking down command posts and clearing out of the area. So we've seen that the police helicopter left the area and no police helicopter is currently flying around in the area. We just heard that local report that police on the ground are clearing out of the area. Police have lifted their shelter in place. So everything we're hearing suggests that they think they have the shooter and he's dead. Now, I guess there could be a couple. If there's more than one shooter, I would think they would know where that person is too. because they're clearing out of there, and they haven't said anything about a second person. So my assumption is right now that there was one shooter. They believe there was one shooter. They found his body dead, and that's what they think that, and that's why they're lifting the shelter in place. But we're going to find out when they do their press conference. By the way, CNN is showing a shot of the procession as well. My guess is maybe there might be other outlets showing it too. But I don't believe I have live video. Well, it'd be a different stream. I'm not going to bother with that right now. You can go to is the BC Preacher showing it? You can go to his stream. Go over there and check if he's showing it right now. No, I don't see it on his stream right now. Maybe he showed it before, or we'll show it after. But anyways, I am seeing one news broadcast showing the procession for the 2 dead firefighters who are reportedly being taken to Spokane for their autopsies. Yeah, guys, the shooting area is Pacific time. I have looked it up multiple times. You can just Google it, and you can see that the local time at the shooting area is 8:15 p.m. Eastern time right now. Excuse me. I mean, I can show you. This is a U.S. Department of Transportation time zone map. I mean, just look at it. It's from the internet. U.S. Department of Transportation. See, the red is Pacific time. There's the red. Coeur d'Alene, it's in Pacific time. It's in the red. So those who keep messaging me, insisting that it's Mountain time, you can check the internet for yourself and see that it is Pacific time. Soap Dish Mama says, we are Pacific time in North Idaho. Anyways. Just a little update here from the Sheriff's Department. Let me just show you this real quick. They said there's still a fire going on. There is still an active wildfire on Canfield Mountain. Local residents should be prepared and ready in the event that the situation escalates. Please continue to follow official sources for accurate information. How do I do this here? Hold on. Now I got to do this. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. There we go. We'll leave that up on the screen for you. Hang on a moment here. Let me take some more comments here from people. Deborah Behrens, our viewer, says, I hope it was only one person involved. Let me say a couple of thank yous to people, too. I want to thank our moderators who've been here. And again, we're going to be showing the press briefing. Thank you to our moderators, Janet B. And our other moderators over there on YouTube who have been there. Also on Facebook, our moderators who've been there, like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson, Christina Neal, Linda Bell, Clary, Misha on X, Bastard Girl, David Green, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai, 3 McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Let me just say a couple other thank yous here real quick. People I've not had a chance to thank before. Let me just say thank you for your support of the channel. Let me just give a couple quick ones here. I'll have to give some more later. But just to name a few, Florian Meyer, Mythos X, 390 Razor, No One to No One, CJ Breaks Things, Gold Dust X818, Jenny Ann, Top Cat Tom, Long Range Precision. Let me see the name there. Long Range Precision Shooting, Sparky Pilot, A Bit Wrecked, Crazy Yoda. I'll give some more later. Also, Michael Burmester, who gave a bunch of people memberships in the chat. Thank you, Michael Burmester. I owe some more thank yous later. OPLL Man on Twitch, Mag Rust, Who Shot JR, and I'll say some more later. And Catherine Warner and Fred Witherow. All right, let me see if I have any updates for you. We have about an hour and 9 minutes until the press conference. We're going to be bringing it to you. We'll see what the police have to say. Will we hear any reports before then? I don't know. Somebody in the chat posted something about the suspect's home. I have not heard anything about that yet. I will let you know if I do, but I haven't. AMR says, how do they know there are not multiple shooters? I'm assuming it's one. They think it's one because of the information in front of you. That's a good question. I'm guessing they have their reasons. If they really thought there was another shooter on that mountain, they would not be lifting the shelter in place and leaving the area. So maybe they have evidence that tells them that. Maybe they have found out something about this person. Maybe they have ballistics evidence, or maybe this person left a manifesto or something, or maybe the person made a video of themselves they found. Who knows what else they have found? Did they find the person's phone? Did they find a notebook? So they might have all kinds of evidence that we don't know about. Popuco says Mayday vlog. I haven't heard that yet. Grady Smith says they must be sure. I cannot imagine they would lift that unless they would not lift the shelter in place unless they were as sure as can be that there was not risk to people from another shooter running around. Miranda Sargent, our viewer, said, could this have had anything to do with ISIS sympathizers in the area? I saw some posts about this online. I have no idea. And she referenced some report about last year somebody being arrested in the area for trying to provide support to ISIS, which I haven't gone up and looked. I've seen reports like this floating around. I have no idea why this person did this. Some people are saying there's this thing that happened with somebody being arrested for ISIS last year. Some people are saying that like 25 years ago, there's an anniversary of something else that happened. I have no idea. I have not heard anything from law enforcement or any kind of reliable sourcing suggesting that any of those explanations are true. Maybe one of them is. I just don't know. Thank you, Miranda, for writing in, though. I appreciate it. I just, there's all these theories floating around. And to me, one is as good as the other right now. I mean, we just don't know. I'm checking for some other updates here. I don't even know if I should check. I mean, I have it literally on the screen, the press release. I have it in the red ticker, what the press release says. I can't even say right now that this is, I'm pretty darn sure it's the suspect, but I can't even put up a headline that says suspect dead because the police haven't officially used the word suspect yet. So I think I'm just going to leave the headline as it is. I mean, at a certain point, if people can read the headline, they can also read what's on above the headline, which is literally the announcement that they found a body and that they've stopped the shelter in place. So I'm going to leave it like this. Man, I'm just thinking it wasn't that long ago that there was that incident where the incident in Minnesota where a man went to the houses of local local politicians and shot and killed 2 of them, and shot and injured 2 others. He was dressed like police. Again, it's not the exact same as this, but somebody attacking public workers, so to speak. And now we have this. Mike on X thinks that the suspect was known to police. We'll have to see. One hour until the press conference. I'm sorry for the delay, but that's the way they scheduled it. No, I have seen no reliable reporting whatsoever of a name. I will put a link in the chat of a video of the procession with the 2 firefighters, deceased firefighters in the procession. I'll put a link in the chat where you can see a clip of it. I know people would like more information, but we'll have to wait. Adam Cooperstein says, I am flabbergasted and appalled. Again, the press conference, as it says on the screen, is coming up in 58 minutes. We will have it live for you. I do wonder if they will identify the person in the press conference. I would just guess that they would know who the person was, although you never know. So, but we'll see if they actually give a name and any background. Summer Recall says it will depend on if his next of kin are notified. Sometimes when stuff like, when like a shooting happens, it'll start coming out on the internet like, oh, there's a manifesto and there's all this information about who the person supposedly was. I have not seen any of that today. And this person didn't just initially fire. The firing went on for a while, because hours after the initial report of shots, there was a press conference. And in the press conference, the police said he's still firing at law enforcement, firing rapidly. Yes, the time that this happened, it is currently 8:30 local time. So this incident happened about 6.5 hours ago. I haven't really seen any big updates at the moment. I'm looking. One property owner who lives in the area told Associated Press that when he noticed smoke on the ridge, he wondered why there were no firefighting helicopters responding. And then he realized why he wasn't seeing aircraft, because they're concerned about being shot at, he said. That's according to AP. Papa Beard says one of my brother was very close friends with one of the fallen firefighters. Now I'm sorry to hear that, Papa Beard. Now I can't confirm that, but I certainly would not be surprised if in the community the identities of the firefighters who were killed is known. I don't know them, but again, I would not be surprised if that is knowledge in the community. I won't be posting that anyway. I'll wait for law enforcement. Even if I had that information. Yes, the fire is still burning according to the county. Some of our viewers mentioned the Ruby Ridge incident. Which was in 1992. Wikipedia says it was in Boundary County, Idaho. The siege of a cabin occupied by the Weaver family. Deputies of the U.S. Marshal Service came to arrest Randy Weaver. Just reading from the Wikipedia here. During the surveillance operation, an officer shot Randy Weaver's dog, then pointed his rifle at Weaver's 14-year-old son. The son fired back at the marshals and was shot in the back and killed by the team. And Weaver's friend shot and killed a deputy. And then eventually Weaver was shot, and Weaver's friend was shot, and Weaver's wife was shot and killed. That was near Naples, Idaho, which is, I'd have to look up where that was. Directions. How far from this is that? Naples, Idaho is about 67 miles from where the incident happened today. About an hour and 14 minutes to the north, according to Google Maps. You can see right there on Google Maps where it was. I remember watching a good documentary about the Ruby Ridge standoff, and I cannot remember what it was. I'm not saying it's the same kind of incident. I'm just saying a number of our viewers mentioned it, so I wanted to mention it because a number of our viewers were mentioning it. Again, we're just basically waiting. It appears that police have caught the suspect. Well, they found the suspect dead. That's what it certainly appears. And we're just waiting to see what they say in the press conference. If there's any reporting before the press conference, I will let you know. The press conference is supposed to be in 49 minutes. Our viewer, Elaine Ardis, says, my dad was a firefighter and it breaks my heart. As I said before, certainly condolences to the family of the two firefighters who were killed and thoughts with those firefighters who were injured, however many it was, and I hope they all survive. Yes, I am supposed to have video of the press conference. The plan is to show it live. Willis GLS says, I have family there now fighting that fire. Thank you, Willis GLS. Thank you also to Mindful Hikes. And hold on a minute here. Let's say a few more thankfuls. A few more thankfuls. Michael Burmester, FCO Fix, Mitchell Pilot, Pastime Classics, Wang Chung 405, CC Everest, Brian 045, Calum T. Ford, John Wolf, You Can W Adapt Jarulara, James Gentry, David Doltragi, the Polish drunk, I hear crickets, J Bird, Eris Kalar, M Polis, Sid Skyndeck, Two-Way Steph, Goddess, God Rides a Harley, Boomer Wow. Sorry that the screen names are messed up. On YouTube for a couple days, the screen names have been kind of messed up for a lot of people. Sorry about that. Thanks, Orvit PNG and Boomer Wow as well. Our viewer Ben Deleted says it's now 46 minutes until the press conference. I'm looking to see if there might be any new reporting before the press conference. There's an article in the Spokesman Review in Spokane, where they interviewed a couple people in their article who said they saw a person, I think, running across their lawn. Oh no, saw a person from their yard cutting across a clearing. So a couple people a man and his wife, who the Spokesman Review talked to in Spokane, think they saw the person, the suspect, at some point. I can't confirm that they did. Pumpkin Spice says they only lift the shelter in place if they were sure there is no further threat. Yeah, I think they're pretty confident about that. "44 minutes until the press conference." Mr. Anth says, I have photos of suspect from locals. Well, that's not something I could verify, so I wouldn't be able to show that anyway. But maybe Mr. Anth does. Thank you, Mr. Anth. And Tallulah A. Bell. I appreciate you mentioning it, but there's no way I'm going to be able to verify those. One of our viewers said, why target firefighters? That we don't know. I don't know if we're going to get an answer. I don't know. Maybe they'll just say we don't have a motive yet. I got big thinks the person was mentally ill. I mean, it's very good that they have lifted the shelter in place. In the press conference earlier, the police talked about the possibility that this could go on for days, this manhunt. You know? So I'm glad to hear that they have found somebody dead. It looks like they found their suspect dead and that they've lifted the shelter in place. We've talked about this. The manhunt is still going on for Travis Decker, who is a man who in central Washington was being searched for killing his 3 young daughters. And that is still going on, that manhunt. Give me one moment here. Now, I have no information that Travis Decker was involved in this today. But that is that manhunt is still active. Sunbeaming thinks it might be a deranged firefighter. Do not know if this person has connection to firefighters. Will I cover the Senate vote on the bill? It depends. It's possible I will. The Senate, it's possible we will. It just depends. Depends on how things work out. It's possible. Breaking news. Tom Winter of NBC News says that this was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, that is not in the press briefing. That is not in the media release. That is not in the media release. I'm not surprised to hear this, and a number of you thought that might be the case, but Tom Winter of NBC News says that according to the local sheriff's office, this was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He is a crime reporter with NBC News, justice reporter. So sounds like, again, not really a big surprise, but that's the first report like that I've heard. That certainly is what the media release makes it sound like. A quick thank you on Twitch to Circleface, Who Shot JR, Beautiful Profanity, Magrust, Colin H, 1985, Soul 8712, Big Dog Gaming, OPLL Man, Doros Judd, Michigan Rowdy on Twitch, Rodub, Back Chick Bliss, and Shaggy over there, and J Drabble, James A, Congler, Notorious Rob, Space is Pretty on Twitch. And also, hang on a moment. We will have the press conference for you. Thanks to Amy Cluck for your support on Facebook. We will have this press conference coming up for you. It's now 38 minutes. We're staying on until the press briefing from the police. I am supposed to have live video of it for you. And I've been trying to get any other news updates I could, but I haven't seen much in recent minutes. Nothing new from the county that I've seen. Catherine White says, I am a former firefighter in Spokane area, and my heart bleeds for the families of the fallen and our neighbors to the east. It's just, I mean, it's the most terrible thing. You know, these people are going up there to fight a fire and keep people safe, and somebody just shoots at them. Rich M thinks it's someone with a personal beef who did it. I do not know. We'll see what they say in the press briefing coming up. Our viewer, Darian Carroll, J. Carroll, says it's evil. "35 minutes till the press conference." Again, as we said earlier, Tom Winter of NBC News said that the deceased male found, presumably the suspect, was found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Janet Terroxmom says, no, that's probably Terroxstorm, says it was a huge procession bringing the fallen fighters to the Spokane Medical Examiner. Have not seen any other updates at the moment. We're still waiting for the press conference. 33 minutes. Grady Smith says, let's pray for the families involved. Yeah, so I'm just here waiting for the press conference, waiting to see if we get any updates before the press conference. I'm looking for stuff here. I haven't seen much new. No identification, no public identification of the suspect yet. Our viewer, Pen and Legal Pad, who I think is in the area, says the sun is just setting. Well, he sent me that about 20 minutes ago. Thank you, Pen and Legal Pad. So I'm checking some of the messages people have been sending in too. I have a fan on in the back, which you might hear. We don't have any other. We don't have the scanner on or anything right now, but you might hear a fan on. We're just about a half hour away from the press conference. I have a fan on in the back, which you might hear something. So. Nothing new from the county posted. Is it true that the shooter is a firefighter? Somebody says. There's been no reporting on that I have seen. It is midnight here on the East Coast. 30 minutes. Free speech says we need to know who the shooter is ASAP. Maybe we will at the press conference. Brian trades a little, says the sun has set here. Our viewer, Austin Patman, pointed out that what looks like a local outlet, Coeur d'Alene Press, claimed that police exchanged gunfire with the individual, authorities confirmed. Now, I haven't seen that report myself. Certainly, the individual was firing at police. We know that. Did police fire back at some point? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. It's possible I will get video of the press conference venue a little early. Sometimes that happens. So I don't have it yet. Frosty Winter says supposedly there's audio going around. Yeah, I'm not going to play it again. We earlier played the scanner replay of when the firefighters called in the shooting. We played several times. We played so people could hear it who were coming into that stream. Several times we played it's really chilling, the audio of the first call in from the firefighters about the shooting. And then we listened to some of the other scanner replay as well. I'm not going to replay that again, but if you rewind, you probably can find it on the stream. Thanks, by the way, to B-Brained, Milton Nelson, Summer Recall, Eddie B., Spin City DJ, Nate Jones, and Not Applicable. Any GoFundMes? I don't know if there's any this soon. I will look, but I mean, it's pretty soon. You know, we don't even have the victims publicly identified yet. So when I go to GoFundMe, I don't see anything on the front page there. So if I find out about some official one, you know, where some kind of official thing, I will let you know. But again, they haven't, the two who died have not even been identified yet publicly. You know, there's somebody posted one, but it's not even, there's a New York organization that posted one, which has no donors yet, and I haven't really looked it over. So I usually try to wait to mention those things until I'm, until it's like GoFundMe verified and it's on the front page, or it's like maybe some of the local government officials mention it. If I hear something like that, I will certainly pass it along to you. Hang on a moment here. "25 minutes until the press conference, if it starts on time. We are committed. I am committing to bringing you live coverage of the press conference. We are staying on the air so we can cover it for you." That is what we're doing. And bringing any updates before then, although I'm not seeing much moment. I'm looking around for updates. Oh. Hey, you know what happened? So Tom Winter, as Intel Point Alert saw this, Tom Winter of NBC News had posted about 20 minutes ago. He's usually reliable, Tom, and he said